Good morning, Colorado. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is March 23rd, and we are undertaking our regular scheduled agenda. We will start with the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hackett. Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 out of 7 commissioners present.
Very good, and that is a quorum. Good morning, everybody. We will roll into a somewhat lengthy agenda. We start with commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have comments? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had received an email asking some questions about some production reporting around the D90 operations. And I chatted a little bit with staff about that. And I think, well, my question is, I wonder if staff could answer any questions regarding some of the comments that were received, or provide any information at this time, or at least indicate when we may be able to hear a little bit about some of the questions around that production reporting.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. And we are looking at the staff is looking at the letter. I think, we could be prepared to respond to the submitting party, kind of our response or our thoughts on it. If the commissioners would like something more formal, we can also try to assess how to best do that as well.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would definitely be interested in knowing what staff's thoughts are about those questions that were asked. I don't know how formal it needs to be, but I think the person, I can't remember her name, sorry. She probably would appreciate, thank you, Vasquez, would probably appreciate a response as well. So not quite sure how to address that, but I would like to see what our staff's thoughts are about her concerns.
Okay, I'll work with AAG's office to make sure, to figure out the best path forward to update the commissioners as well.
Director Murphy. Further commissioner comments? All right, seeing none, we will move into general public comment. We had one person sign up for general public comment. We could bring Ms. Yellico to the panel.
Good morning. Did you call on me, members of the commission? I'm sorry, I had a computer glitch here.
We did. You are
Okay.
up for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you to the commission and to Director Murphy for being allowed to make a few comments here this morning. My name is Tammy Yellico, and I'm the city attorney for the city of Thornton. And first, we appreciate COGCC staff's ongoing commitment to working with local governments. And I have talked to both your environmental staff and your enforcement staff with regard to the issue I wanted to speak to today. I would like to provide some information on the impact that KP Kaufman Company, Inc. is having with regard to its failure to characterize and clean up contamination in the city of Thornton at the North Quebec Tank Battery. It is undisputed that there is contamination at this site, both soil and groundwater, and it is causing continued environmental damage, as well as causing delays for 2 major projects for the city of Thornton. So we are here this morning to request that the COGCC increase the priority of this cleanup and consider additional actions against KPK. KPK and this location is already subject to a cleanup order number 1V772. However, KPK hasn't taken no action at this site, even to characterize the plume, in addition to making a movement towards cleaning up the problem. It is the city's understanding that this site is listed within the November 2021 compliance plan agreement between COGCC and KPK and is subject to characterization and remediation requirements listed within that agreement. To date, the city is not aware of any actions taken by KPK, even preliminary steps with regard to characterizing the extent of the contamination. This plume and this tank battery lies adjacent to Quebec Street in the area of north of East 168th Avenue and West 86th Avenue. And this failure by KPK to take any action is delaying two projects that are very important to the city of Thornton. The Thornton Water Pipeline Project is a domestic water delivery system that will convey water from our water supply and storage company to help address water quality issues and meet the municipal and industrial demands of Thornton's water, as well as supply reliability and drought resiliency. You may not be aware that the city of Thornton is currently under a water demand driven development moratorium, and access to city water supplies is reaching increasing criticality. It is the city of Thornton's intent to bid this project as early as May of this year and to complete construction 14 months later. In addition, this construction schedule is important because the city is also widening Quebec Street from 3 lanes to 6 lanes, and the work on our water pipeline must be done first. Both of these projects are immediately adjacent to the area of the contamination. And construction of either of these prior to remediation would significantly impact the efficiency and effectiveness of any remedial action. So this is having a large impact on 2 construction projects in the city of Thornton, not to mention the continued environmental contamination. And the city does acknowledge that KPK certainly has a lot of projects that are important to communities. We are here, though, to just indicate to the commission that these 2 very important projects are now at a point where they're being delayed because there is inaction by KPK at this site. While we may be able to mitigate some of this contamination, we do not have access to the tank battery, and we are unable to take care of this contamination at its source. Thus, the city would respectfully request that the COGCC recognize the uniqueness of this timeline and these projects and use its regulatory authority, tools, and measures outlined within the November 2021 compliance plan to have KPK implement a corrective action at this site in a timely manner. So that is our request here today. And again, we have made these issues known to your environmental and enforcement staff, but it was thought that we should bring it to the attention of the commission so you too could be aware of it. I appreciate the time.
Ms. Yellico, follow-up question or two. Can you talk a little further about the ramifications of the non-cleanup occurring in terms of the project holdups? It seems like you put 2 and 2 together that you can't go do the work until this is remediated. Is that, and obviously that's not your property. Is that the issue?
That is the issue. Yes. And again, we can't get at the source contamination. We could probably do some under the COGCC's oversight, some remediation in the right of way and where the pipeline has to go before we can put in the Quebec Street improvements. But again, it doesn't get at the source contamination, and we're not sure it would be particularly effective that way. So it is important to us.
Have you had any outreach to KPK?
We have, yes. Our staff has talked with them, and the developer that will actually be doing the street widening, I believe on a reimbursement basis, has been in touch with them continually during this time.
And what was the result of those discussions?
They have continually indicated that they believe that this is a problem of another operator, a previous operator, and they are waiting for their action before the COGCC with regard to reimbursement from another operator to take action at this site. We've also asked them for any plume characterization. The city has now asked them and the developer, and they have not given us any of that information.
Okay. Thank you for being with us this morning. Did any other commissioner have questions? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today and bringing this to our attention. I'm not sure I have a question, but perhaps a comment, Mr. Chair. It seems to me we probably have some sort of follow-up on the GRIP coming up, and maybe we could ask some questions at that time of KPK, and or I think they're supposed to be checking with us on a regular basis, and maybe one of those meetings is up and coming, and we could ask some questions then as well as to what's going on at this site.
Yep, I believe that is indeed the case, and so that'll be coming.
And I think you may have more enforcement authority that we would like you to consider in an NOAV or perhaps cease and desist. Those things have been mentioned to us too. So again, we're coming to a critical point in this where we have to take some kind of action to keep these projects on schedule. We appreciate any help.
Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Miss Yellowco, is that how you say your last name?
Yes. Mhm.
Hi, thank you. Is there anything that prevents you from putting the contract out for bid to do the work to widen is it to widen the road or to do water?
The water pipeline has to be put in first.
Can you
It's a
still put
12
the bid out
mile
while we work on what's going on at the site, or are you prevented from even putting the bid out?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we'll bid the project. We're hoping to commence construction in August of 2022 to stay on target with getting the pipeline in the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Very much appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We can allow Ms. Yellowco to unzoom, and we will move forward with our agenda. We have before us a consent agenda that has 4 hearing officer recommendations. Are there any questions from commissioners with regard to consent? Seeing no questions, do we have a motion to approve consent?
Motion to approve consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. We now will move to the Wexpro company docket 2-1. Well, there's a number of different dockets. One ending in 5-5, one ending in 5-6, one ending in 5-9, one ending in 6-3, all starting with 2104000. These are variance requests. We will bring to the table the applicant as well as staff, and we will move into consideration of these docket numbers. Good morning, Mr. Tucker.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Executive Director Murphy. My name is Aaron Tucker. I have a presentation. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, do we have all of your potential witnesses or other parties that are going to be with us this morning?
I believe they're all on, and if they could be made a panelist, I sent a list to Ms. Larson, just so that I'll be doing the presentation, but if you have any questions, I'd like them to be available.
And Mr. Tucker, does Ms. Smith need to be a panelist?
Yes, please.
Okay, Ms. Smith, I'm going to bring you back in as a panelist, so if you could just accept that request.
Ms. Larson, do we have everyone from Wexpro?
We do. I will triple check, but I believe we have everyone here.
Okay, great. All right, I'll share my screen and start the presentation if that's okay. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. Executive Director Murphy. My name is Aaron Tucker of Holland and Hart, and I represent Wexpro Company in the matter before you today. With me from Wexpro are Paul Gibson, Tammy Fredrickson, Lindsay Smith, Juan Sosa, Rafael Chavez, and Scott Colvin. Also with me today is my colleague Walter Eggers. Wexpro is here today to respectfully request a variance from Rule 419, which requires all wells, including existing wells, to equip Bradenhead access to the annulus. On June 10th, 2020, the Commission finalized the wellbore integrity rulemaking, which, among other things, substantially revised its Bradenhead requirements to implement Senate Bill SB 19181. The rule became effective on November 2nd, 2020. The mission change rulemaking subsequently moved the Bradenhead requirements to its current location in Rule 419. Prior to enactment, COGCC rules did not require all wells to equip Bradenhead access. Since enactment of the new Bradenhead rules following passage of SB 181, Wexpro has worked diligently to retrofit and equip Bradenhead access on its existing wells. As of today, Wexpro has installed Bradenhead access on 140 of its access on 140 of its existing wells in Colorado. Wexpro is here today to respectfully request a variance from the remaining 4 wells constructed in Moffat County between 1930 and 1944. Because installation of Bradenhead access presents major safety and environmental concerns due to the age of the wells and the method in which the wellbore was constructed. The 4 wells are the B.W. Muser, the J.C. Donnell, the F. Wilson, and the Stewart 2 well. As detailed in the separate applications, after conducting extensive fieldwork and records review of each well to assess their condition and the feasibility of installing Bradenhead access, Wexpro is concerned that installation of Bradenhead access at the wells could potentially threaten public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Wexpro has either confirmed or suspects that the casing for each of the wells is landed in clamps, which, due to this non-traditional landing method, makes it impossible to monitor Bradenhead and annulus casing pressures because the annulus is open to the atmosphere. In order to obtain pressures from the casing, hot tapping would be required, raising serious safety concerns for workers and the environment. Welding onto 80 to 90-year-old casing could cause a hole in the casing, potentially resulting in a fire or explosion if any production gas from the casing string was exposed. Accessing the casing would also require extensive excavation, possible exposure of nearby utilities and flow lines, and the removal of the cement encasing the well bores. The picture here of a similar well drilled during the same time period illustrates the depth below ground level that casing was landed in the 1930s and 40s, and the size of the hole that would need to be excavated. Due to the size of the excavation that would need to occur to safely plumb into the annuli for the monitoring requirements to be met, the disturbed and backfill area presents serious safety and stability concerns for the workers, as well as the workover rig when the wells are inevitably plugged. Finally, accessing the casing would require removal of the cement that is currently protecting fluid and gas flow to the surface, and the well's stabilization and casing integrity could be compromised. Wexpro has concerns that casing integrity and stabilization issues may arise when digging around well bores that were initially completed in the 1930s or 40s. Without wellbore stabilization, this could potentially cause more issues downhole, including producing formation fluids to migrate into other uphill formations. In summary, Wexpro is asking the Commission not to require installation of Bradenhead access at these 4 wells constructed decades before Rule 419, because the risk to the public, health, safety, and the environment clearly outweigh the benefits. Ultimately, Wexpro has made a good faith effort to comply with the requirements. The requested variance will not violate the basic intent of the act. The variance is necessary to avoid an undue hardship, contains reasonable conditions of approval or mitigation measures, and granting the variance will result in no net adverse impact to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife resources. For all these reasons, Wexpro respectfully requests the commission grant the variance requests for the 4 wells. Thank you, and we are available to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tucker. Your presentation seems to make sense to me, given the age of the wells, but you just sort of recited off the 5 elements that we have to make a finding on. You know, it seems to me it would be helpful if you could sort of justify those elements a little more other than just sort of recitation of them. I don't know if some of your witnesses could speak to that or others, but you know, we are required to make a finding that those elements were met.
Yeah, sure. I can take those one by one if you'd like.
That I think would be helpful to the commission.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as to the good faith effort to comply, Wexpro as a company has installed Braden Head access at all the wells that are feasible. Wexpro has been very careful and selective in identifying these 4 wells due to the age of the well and the method in which they were constructed. Prior to requesting this variance, Wexpro conducted field reviews at each of the wells and records review to ensure that these wells were justified for a variance, that they could stand by the integrity of the well bore, and that the wells have a sufficient lifespan to justify this variance request. As to the basic intent of the act, granting this variance is a positive to the environment. We believe that the risks of installing Braden Head access outweigh the benefits. Additionally, these wells have been in service for decades with no issues, and we believe that keeping the status quo in place serves the intent of the act. As to the hardship, the difficulty of installing Braden Head access, the risk to workers' safety, the impacts to environment should something happen during installation are very serious. And for that reason, that's why Wexpro is requesting the variance. As to mitigation, Wexpro has a policy in place to regularly monitors these wells using flare Eldar to ensure that the casing integrity remains in place. And if any issues were identified, they would respond quickly and effectively. And then finally, as to the no net adverse impacts, I think that sort of addressed previously, but Wexpro believes that the benefits of not adding it are outweigh the risks of installing Braden Head access.
Okay, other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for the presentation. I've got a question. So this was, I guess I got in your presentation, these are kind of 4 wells that Wexpro was really unable to apply this Braden Head access to. How many wells was Wexpro able to apply the Braden Head access to?
It's now on 140 of Wexpro's wells.
Okay, so post rulemaking, Wexpro went out and did 140 out of 144, and these are the only 4 that Wexpro feels is or I guess not safe enough, or the conditions are not apt for applying Braden Head access.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And I may have missed this in the presentation. I certainly didn't see it in the filings, but what are the plans for these 4 wells?
Going forward,
Yeah, like, I mean, these wells have been around since the 1930s. What are the plans for them?
yeah, they continue to be producing wells, and Wexpro intends to continue to produce from them as long as it's viable and safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Tucker, and giving this presentation. I had a similar question to Commissioner Gonzalez, but maybe a little more pointed, which is, what is the estimated remaining lifespan of each of these 4 wells? Do we know?
I think that's a question I need to turn over to Wexpro.
Hello, this is Rafael Chavez with Wexpro. I'm the supervisor of production engineering. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yes, so the question I understood was what's the remaining life of these 4 wells? Great, so I do have that. Based off our first forecast curve, the lowest lifespan is the BW Musser 1 at 4.8 years, followed by the JC Donnell 1 at 10.0 years, H.W. Stewart 2, 11.4 years, and the F. Wilson 3 at 23.6 years.
Thank you. And my next question might be for our own staff and or the operator, which is, it sounds to me like instead of Braden, had the operators saying they're going to do flare and Eldar inspections as a surrogate or an alternate to the Braden head. And I'm wondering from staff's perspective if that is an appropriate substitute in this situation. And then I'm wondering maybe from the operator, how often is the flare and Eldar done? So how often are you out there checking to make sure these are pretty old wells, making sure that they're not leaking?
Ms. Larson, if we could elevate Mr. Berger.
And Mr. Berger is in the panel. So Mr. Berger, if you're able to unmute. There we are.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Berger. If you could identify yourself for the record, and then you have responses to Commissioner McGowan, that would be great.
Yeah, Craig Berger. I'm the Western Region Engineering Supervisor for the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So I guess the question is, do we think that Eldar is a suitable substitute? And I think it probably is. And I think Wexpro can speak to maybe if they've encountered circumstances where their Eldar did detect some sort of integrity problem with these open annuluses, if there's a gas flow that starts in them due to a casing leak or some other downhole situation. I think they've identified things like that in the past with their Eldar techniques. So I guess I'd turn it back to Wexpro with that.
As to the frequency, Commissioner McGowan, I believe Wexpro does at least semi-annual monitoring with the Eldar and flare, and I think Mr. Chavez can speak to prior monitoring that they've used to catch issues.
Yeah, so I can add to that. The Eldar program is at least twice a year. It's spaced 4 months apart. If there were any casing integrity issues where gas would flow into the open annulus, we'd be able to pick it up there with a flare camera. And we'd have indicators even before then by looking at our production plots. We would expect that the production would fall and kind of throw an alert for us to go begin troubleshooting. A second, I guess, alert would be the pressure behavior. If we lose wellhead pressure, that would be another flag for us to begin troubleshooting. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out, trying to make sure that we have something in place that, and I'm afraid to use this term, but might be substantially equivalent to the requirement that we put in for braid and head testing, and making sure that you all have something planned that in place. So because you can't, it looks like the braid and head alternative isn't really a possibility for these 4 wells. My last question is, so what has happened to the other 2 wells? So you've got 2 wells that are haven't been mentioned. If there's 146, you've put braid and head on 140 of them. You're asking a variance for these 4. What's happening with the other 2?
Those 2 were plugged and abandoned. And we're just there. The form has been submitted and we're waiting for approval from COGC at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. So understanding that the braid and head access and therefore the braid and head testing was required to ensure wellbore integrity through the wellbore integrity rulemaking, I guess I have a question initially for staff is, I mean, do you concur that the health and safety aspects to these particular situations make it problematic to be able to install a braid and head on these particular locations?
Yes, Commissioner. It's Craig Berger again. Yes, we do. And there are some other risks. If you have a piece of pipe standing up 12 feet in the air, you might have to have a workover rig on location while you're doing this work in case something happens with that pipe. You'd certainly want to support the pipe if you have workers below it. So there's multitude of health and safety issues. It's not a good situation to put a safety manager for your company in to tell them to send people down into these holes. Now, the other thing to consider with this area that Wexpro operates in, it's up in the Sand Wash Basin in Moffat County. And it is very limited groundwater use in that area. It's also primarily BLM land. And so there just aren't domestic water wells out there. And that's the real driver for the braid and head monitoring rule was and still is protection of groundwater resources, which are really not present in this area.
Thank you for that, Mr. Berger. And as far as reporting requirements, I mean, understanding that there's a proposal to utilize Eldar as a replacement for braid and head monitoring. Maybe I missed it, but was there a proposal by the operator to have a schedule that this would be on? I mean, I heard the semi-annual, but then a reporting requirement associated with that would be along the similar timelines as to what our braid and head reporting requirements would be, so that we have a clear record of the monitoring that is going on in these particular locations.
Commissioner Messner, that's a question for me.
No, that was a question for Wexpro, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That proposed rule wasn't incorporated into the variance request, but I think Wexpro would be amendable to that if necessary for the variance.
Mr. Berger, do you think that would be helpful as far as the reporting requirements go to align more with the braid and head test requirements?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Certainly we're running queries statewide to see who's not doing these braid and head tests. And when you don't have to look at these one-off situations, if that's where we end up with this, that would be nice not to have it pop on a query. I'd have to look at the form a little bit, but it might be possible that they could submit a Form 17 braid and head test with several comments at the bottom instead of a surface casing pressure, and maybe attach a result of an Eldar survey or something along those lines to it. But I think that would be feasible.
Okay. From this commissioner's standpoint, that seems like a bare minimum of being able to replace those braid and head testing requirements. And at least I'm hearing from the operator that twice a year Eldar tests are being proposed. And so would like to see some sort of reporting requirements associated with those, either on the Form 17 or an alternative method if that's easier to work with between staff and Wexpro. But I'm one commissioner, so other thoughts from other commissioners would be welcome.
Thoughts from other commissioners? Commissioner McGowan has a thumbs up. Commissioner Gonzalez has a hand raised.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the suggestion, Commissioner Messner. I think that if there's, obviously some testing with regards to Eldar, or at least some observation through Eldar on these wells, that should be reported. And I think that the frequency is appropriate, twice a year. I've got a question beyond that, going back to Mr. Berger. I'd like staff's opinion on this. Given the current condition of these wells, right? We're talking about 90-year-old wells in some cases. Does the current condition of these wells, is it, I guess, do they exist in a condition that is protective of health, safety, welfare, and the environment?
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for the question. And I believe so. There's certainly no indication that these wells have any kind of integrity problem. As I mentioned, there's really not water wells, and I think they've discussed that in these applications a little bit. There's not domestic water wells around that need to be protected. And certainly once there can be problems with old wells, but as we've said, that with the Eldar, that you'll find those, and with production report results and things like that, you can also detect them. So, with the soils and the groundwater and the formations of rock up in this area, I don't see how these wells pose a risk to the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Berger.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing no further questions, are we at that spot where we move into deliberations and or a motion? Commissioner Messner, do you want me to put you on the spot for a motion since it's your idea with the edits?
Sure. Give me a second to be able to pull up the different docket numbers, but I'll move approval of docket number 21040063, 21040059, 21040056, and 21040055, with the condition that there be twice annual Eldar tests with the results of those tests to be included in either a Form 17 report or an alternative method if deemed more appropriate by COGCC staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tucker, for the presentation. Your variance requests are approved with the edit, and we can now move forward. Commissioners, I'm going to call an audible. We normally don't take a break this early in the morning, but the next presentation is due for like an hour and a half or so. So why don't we take like a 10-minute break, refresh our coffees, and get ready for the presentation from Keir McGee. Let's return at 9:50. All right, welcome back. At this time, I believe that we will take up docket number 2109-00153, and we would look to elevate the panel for that docket.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're getting the folks from Kerr-McGee in. And just as a preface, if I've been sent your name as a panelist for Kerr-McGee, when I send you the panelist request, please do accept that and we'll bring you into the meeting. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment for this OGDP. We do have Mr. Maxey from Weld County who would like to provide some information as the relevant local government on this matter. So we would begin with him.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Maxey. I'm pleased to see you here. I note, or I believe, let me preface my thought with the fact that this is the first OGDP in which case COGCC staff participated in a pre-application process with your group at Weld County that has come to our attention. I know there's been a lot, but I think this is the first one that has made its way to the commission in terms of our consideration of it. And I was very interested in allowing you time to sort of help frame the process, help give commissioners some understanding of the Weld County WOGLA process, the MOU that we've entered into, how that, whether that is working or, or not. I know you're here to talk about a specific OGDP, but I'm giving you leeway to sort of expand a little bit and give us some perspective on the interrelationship between Weld County, your WOGLA process, our process, the MOU we've entered into, and how that may apply to this particular application. So, not to put you on the spot, but I'm putting you on the spot there, Mr. Maxey, but I know you're capable of responding for us, and we do look forward to hearing from you and are very happy to see you with us.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Chair Robbins, and thank you to the commissioners and to staff for allowing me this time to speak about this docket item and actually probably a lot more briefly on the next docket item as well. But I do appreciate that. And yes, there's been a lot of changes. I believe when I listened into the last commission hearing a week or so ago, there was some comments from the commission about how there's been so many changes and it's a continually evolving process. And I just want to acknowledge that as well to start off, that I feel like, since Senate Bill 181 and all the rulemaking and the Weld County process that's been put in place and our MOU that was signed between us and the COGCC in April of last year. So we're already coming up on a year that's almost been in effect. There has been a lot of changes. There has been a lot of refinement to the process. There's been a lot of relationships that have been built and discussions that have been had. And so I do appreciate the ability to be before you this morning and talk a little bit maybe about that, but also about these specific OGDP that are being considered right now. So I do have maybe just a few kind of prepared comments. And as you mentioned, Chair Robbins, I can maybe try to wing a few answers as well and talk a little bit more in detail if the commission has specific questions regarding our process that I don't mention in my comments that I've kind of written down for a reminder to myself on this OGDP, but be happy to either continue that conversation and answer some questions here or even in a separate meeting if that's something that the commission would like to entertain. So, I do want to first mention, as you said, Chair Robbins, that this probably is the very first one that has gone fully through the process, meaning the pre-application process. Now, there have been 3 other OGDPs in front of this commission for Weld County that you all have entertained and approved. But when we're looking at the process that was kind of envisioned within the MOU and engaging both the state and the county through this permitting process, this, I believe, is the first one. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that Weld County does plan to be a little bit more active participant in these OGDP hearings. I personally feel that it's very important for the relevant local government to be involved and actually regret not asking to participate in the first three that you all considered, even if it's just to be available to mention or to discuss what happened for those permits. So my apologies that we did not, we're not proactive for the first three, but from here moving forward, I've had a lot of conversations with Ms. Larson and staff about our involvement, even just to be here for questions that the commission might have regarding the particular one in consideration. But the local government's disposition on a permit should be something that carries a lot of weight when the COGCC commission is considering the permit before you. And I honestly can't speak to other local governments' permitting processes or requirements as a whole, but either myself or other Weld County personnel, such as County Attorney Bruce Barker, one of our former hearing officers, Kurt Moore, have been before this commission on multiple occasions to participate either in rulemaking or even to discuss the 1041 WOGLA process. And I know that's been a few months since we've done that, so I'm happy to answer questions about the process in general. But as you mentioned, Chair Robbins, we do also have that MOU with the state, which has been in effect for almost a year. And that MOU was a long time coming. That was probably about a year's worth of work to get to that point last April. And now it's been in effect for about a year. And in general, it's a continual process, working very well with COGCC staff, and specifically, I'll call out Sabrina Trask and her group, and it's been very good to work with them. And I think that there still is a lot of things that we will realize as far as potential improvements or less duplicity in the processes moving forward, because that was the intent of the MOU, was to acknowledge kind of Weld's expertise and an important role, or even maybe some things, maybe even a primary role in the permitting process post 181, and also to encourage that efficient and effective permitting partnership between the state and Weld County. But we do appreciate staff's participation in our pre-application meetings. The relationships we've been cultivating over the last few months have been fantastic, and a better understanding of the state process, as well as giving your staff a better understanding of our process and how we can continue to improve and work together and partner together more frequently. And we have heard very positive feedback from COGCC staff about the 1041 WOGLA process, and how the engagement of your staff at the very beginning of the process ultimately helps to ensure that we start off on the right foot when we discuss siting, which is very important, I know, to your staff, but it's also one of the primary land use items that Weld County holds with very high regard when we're talking about cumulative impacts or compatibility issues, which is something that the local government is very engaged in, and we take very seriously. And it also does, that pre-application process and your involvement in it also gives a certain level of certainty to the operators when moving forward through the next steps of both the Weld and the COGCC permitting processes. So that's kind of a little bit of a longer intro than what I anticipated, but it does kind of answer some questions in general. I think that you asked Chair Robbins. I do have some very specific points about the OGDP in question right now that I would like to mention, but I'd like to pause for a minute and see if there's just any generic questions about the relationship or the process in general.
Thank you, Mr. Max. I appreciate that introduction. And, I might pick you up on the concept of having a separate meeting with us and you and your team, and, sort of diving a little deeper into the interrelationship and how the working relationship is going, and are there areas in which we can seek process improvement, et cetera. So maybe that's enough for me this morning, just to kind of get a sense of the fact that we do have an MOU, and we're working, the COGC staff is working with you early on that. But that's just me. I'm going to look around at my fellow commissioners to see if anybody has any other questions sort of generally, and then if not, we'll get into the specifics of this OGDP, and we'll set aside a separate time frame for a more thorough discussion about our interrelationship in the process. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Maxey, for being here. And I would like that additional meeting. Do know that I read through and listen to all of the WOGLA processes as I'm looking at these different OGDPs that are going in front of us, and have been impressed with the process and the thoroughness of your land use reviews, and so as a land use geek, I mean, I just have some questions, so I would appreciate that opportunity to chat at another time.
All right, Mr. Maxey, if you want to focus in on the project that's before us, that would be awesome.
Okay, well, and thank you, Commissioner Messner, for those comments. We, whether it's myself or the county attorney or a group of us, would be very happy to engage and meet with you all as a commission and as continually as your staff to again just continue to improve upon the process. But as you mentioned, the local siting, local land use code is something that obviously Weld County holds in very high regard. And my goal in the next couple minutes here is just to hit some very high points. And I really appreciate Commissioner Messner, you mentioning the fact that you have reviewed some of the 1041 WOGLA hearing items, some of our application criteria and submittals that we have gone over with the applicant, either right now in question or other applicants, because it is very important that you all, I believe, see what the relevant local government has done with the permit and the certain stipulations that we might have put on a certain permit or the certain criteria that we evaluated a specific location under, because it is a very robust process. So I'm going to kind of start just with some high-level bullet points, and if you have any questions about them, please let me know. They're going to be combined because I know that this is an OGDP for basically two locations. You have the Paul Nelson and the Charlene Nelson that are within this same OGDP. But these comments are kind of in general. And then there might be a couple specific ones as well regarding some comments that I have heard or that I want to address. So first off, we always, as Weld County, want to provide comments to the state. No matter where we're at in our process, we want to provide comments on the Form 2A public comment timeframe and when that's open, both to the public and to the relevant local governments or other agencies. And so comments were provided on these Form 2As. There's been a couple recent issues with some comments unfortunately disappearing, but I greatly appreciate in the last couple of weeks, Sabrina Trask and Chris Eisinger working with me to get this rectified. And so I believe the comments that Weld County made for both of these OGDP, both of these locations within this OGDP have been submitted and should be a part of your record that you could read through. So that's a good thing. Both applications were found to be complete and compliant with Weld County Code, and we have approved both locations through our 1041 WOGLA process. A final order has been issued by our hearing officer. It's been recorded with the county clerk and recorder office, and it has been legally noticed in the Greeley Tribune. And through this process, per state statute, that does create a vested property right for the locations in question. COGCC staff, as Chair Robbins mentioned earlier, they were present for the pre-application meetings for both of these locations, along with CPW and other representatives from both the applicant and Weld County. And that was a very robust group who reviewed and was at both of those meetings for the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson. At that pre-app meeting, the first thing we do, as I kind of briefly mentioned above in my first comments, was citing. Multiple locations were discussed at the pre-app meetings. And this is, I believe, the foundation to a good process moving forward. It doesn't help anybody to have the first shot at looking at alternate sites at the actual time of application because too many questions can pop up. When we talk about them with your staff, with our staff, with CPW, with the applicant, with any other relevant agency that Weld County invites to that meetings, which has included in the past agencies such as CDOT, other municipalities, if they are impacted or if they're a relevant local government to our process, we include them as well. And at that meeting, multiple locations are discussed because the intent is to come to some form of agreement, not from the operator's standpoint. The operator is talking about their preferred location, but from the agency standpoint, do we have questions about other locations that we think could be viable options? And that is the base level goal of those pre-app meetings is to get to that point so that then moving forward, the operator has a better understanding about what they can follow up with the other processes, the other pieces, the next steps, because it's a lot of time and money that the operator is spending to get to this point now. And as an example, the pre-application meeting for this location was held back in July of 2021. So we can see the time frame between when the Weld County process started and when the application was submitted even to the state and where we're at now. It's been multiple months in the process to get where we're at. But citing is very important, and we hit that right off the bat because that provides a very solid foundation for the application moving forward. Notice was provided from Weld County to surrounding homeowners and property owners. And I do acknowledge that at this time of notice from Weld County, there were some differences in the rules. Okay, at the time that this location was noticed by Weld County, our notification requirements only went out to 1,000 feet. Okay, we have since changed our requirements. We've updated our code to actually notice out to 2,000 feet now to match up a little bit better with what you all do. But regardless, I do want to acknowledge that little bit of a difference. But regardless, for Weld County code, the public was fully able to participate in the process at the local level. We received no intervention requests for either location. We sent out 9 notices for the Paul Nelson. We sent out 6 notices for the Charlene Nelson. And Weld County's notices are notice of a complete application and notice of a pending hearing. So that notice is in addition to the county's requirement of the operator to also send out advance notice of a pending application submittal. We received no emails, no calls regarding any other land use items of concern from any Weld County residents. Some of those concerns we might normally hear could very well be visual impacts or noise or traffic concerns, but we received no questions or concerns regarding the notices we sent out. And I specifically want to mention, I know that some public comments were made through your process, but we received none of those comments. And we feel like there was ample opportunity for the public to be engaged in that and be a part of our process. And we encourage that on our end. So hopefully through our process and what we have approved, those concerns have been mitigated or will be mitigated because I feel like a lot of them were addressed in our permit. Specifically, I was made aware of a comment or a question regarding paving County Road 15.5. Okay, and I wanted to bring that up. Again, number one, that was nothing brought up to Weld County during our consideration of the permit. So we had no heads up awareness of any concerns with the residents along 15.5 as far as dust mitigation or paving. More importantly, though, paving would not be our first option for controlling dust. That's like going 0 to 100, in 2 seconds. That is not our first method of controlling dust. The traffic associated with this development specifically, the Paul Nelson development specifically, is overwhelmingly a temporary time of traffic, as you all know, for the construction period of the location. And the local traffic amounts that routinely use that road do not support paving 15.5. That is verified. That is from our Public Works Department. That is their directive that we don't just pave roads just because. There's a lot of work that goes into determination on a local level of do you pave a road or not. So looking at it from a dust mitigation standpoint, that is not what we as Weld County would suggest. Our first option would be to do some form of dust suppression or road stabilization, such as mag chloride during the construction phase. And then I think most importantly, going to, talking about the cooperation between the local government and the operator when we're considering our permit, we've been working with Kerr-McGee to actually not utilize 15.5 north from the location. We're working with them on only heading south out of the location. The road then curves and turns into Road 52 and then hits Road 17, which is a major arterial designated roadway for Weld County, and it is paved. When you head south on 15.5 and the road turns to 52, you do pass a driveway of a small subdivision that has 3 or 4 homes in it currently, but the homes are very far off the road, number one. So the only home that truly is passed by utilizing this route that we are working with Kerr-McGee on is the surface owners. There's a home on the surface owner's property. I don't know if it's their primary residence, but there's only that one building unit that is off of 52. Utilizing this route helps alleviate the traffic concerns that I feel were addressed through your public comment period, because it takes the traffic away from a majority of the homes that would be impacted by going north on 15 and a half. And I think the last thing I want to say is, again, our process, we feel that we're very proud of it. We do a phenomenal job. My staff does. Our hearing officer has a lot of questions during hearing. Our hearing was a 3-hour hearing for both of these. We kind of combined them like you guys are combining them today in one OGDP. Even though they're 2 separate WOGLAs, we combined them into one hearing because there was a lot of commonality between some of the questions that we had as staff as well as the hearing officer. But that was a 3-hour hearing and it was very robust. And there's always the opportunity for COGCC or CPW or even the public to participate in those hearings. And again, we did not have any participation from the public in our hearing. So I have many other points here in front of me that I could reference if there's any questions about our process, but I think that's the best high level bullet points that I'd like to give right now, and be happy to answer anything the commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey. Commissioners, are there questions at this time? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here today, Mr. Maxey. I'm appreciative of the local government's perspective and what you're bringing to the table and sharing, and the comments about paving the road versus dust suppression are important, and obviously I think belong in your sandbox, not ours. And so I'm glad that you spoke to it today and that you all have thought through it and what your preferences are and how you went through that process. I'm wondering if you could share with me, when you say you sent notice before your WOGLA process, as part of your WOGLA process, why you think that there weren't public comments about the dust and the road traffic and the visualization, the site where some of the comments too have been around the berm and maybe putting some landscaping in, and why you think those didn't emerge during your part of the process, but instead emerged during ours. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about that and what it means when you say sent notice.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McGowan, for that question. So a couple things when we're just so that we're on the same page as far as the Weld County process and the timeframes associated. So after the pre-application meeting, that is strictly an internal meeting with the relevant agencies and with the operator. The second piece of our process is the operator required notification. Now that notification is a requirement to not only homes, but even just property owners. Okay, that's something that Weld County goes above and beyond from what the state requires, because you all send notice to building units. We send them to building units as well as property owners. And again, as I just mentioned, during this consideration for both of these locations, our requirement was 1,000 feet. And I acknowledge that the state's requirement has been 2,000 feet since the new rules were implemented. We have since changed that. So from here moving forward, from the end of last year, December 24th, basically 2021, moving forward, our requirements changed to expand to 2,000 feet. What that should do will provide much more consistency moving forward with the parties noticed from the state and from Weld County. That should help alleviate some of the local interest in permitting, because the same people for the most part will get noticed. As far as homeowners, with the caveat again, that Weld County notices property owners. And so we inherently are going to notice a lot more parties moving forward than what the state process would. Again, I think that's a good thing. I think that what we want to try to do is try to encourage that local participation from our residents in our process. We want that engagement in our process. We feel like the best way to alleviate these concerns with traffic, since the COGCC and the state don't have any authority over local roads, right? We feel like the best way to engage the community is to have them a part of our process. Why they did not engage Weld County, unfortunately, I don't know. I hate to speculate on that. they have the opportunity when the operator sends out their notice, and there's a minimum of a 30-day window that notice goes out before the operator can even submit to Weld County, and then our notice goes out. So the two notices don't go out at the same time. There's a decent chunk of time in between there to where the operator sends notice and then Weld County sends notice. So I hate to say that some people might view it as kind of throwaway mail that they don't really open up or consider. Hopefully we can change that mindset as we move forward and as the community becomes more aware that Weld County is taking a hard look at these permits as well. But I don't know why we didn't hear. We would have loved to have talked about visual mitigation and road concerns, because we could have told the community, excuse me, exactly what I told you all right now, that we have been evaluating the road. We did take those items into consideration because of the work we're doing with Kerr-McGee to utilize the southerly route instead of going northbound on 15.5. So we would have loved to have talked with them. We just didn't get any interest.
Thank you. Switching subjects, could you talk a little bit about, it felt to me reading through the application materials that the definition of where the floodplain is maybe still being worked through. I don't know what word I want to use. And I'm wondering if you could address that a little bit.
Apologize for the pause, Commissioner McGowan. Thank you for that. I was pulling up my map on my other screen here because that is an interesting point to bring up. So Weld County on our GIS property portal map, which we use a lot, and when we use to evaluate these permits that are submitted to us, what we have on our property portal is two things regarding floodplain. Number one, it's what we call the effective floodplain, which is from FEMA. And then we also have preliminary floodplain, which is some upcoming floodplain data from FEMA. And those are the new boundaries of potential floodplain impact based on current data. Now, I would have to check with our floodplain administrators. There's two of them that Weld County has that issues flood hazard development permits for Weld County. They are in our planning department, so I'd be happy to engage them for our commission Weld County meeting that would be in the future. I'd be happy to have them there to answer questions regarding this specific topic. But the easy answer for me is that the boundaries could be, and in this case for Paul Nelson, are a little bit different when you turn on that preliminary floodplain map, which is the newer data that's looking to be accepted and become the new floodplain maps. And so we brought that up with Kerr-McGee, the applicant in this case, to just let them be aware of the fact that the newer data is showing that this location is in fact in floodplain, and that we would expect that a flood hazard development permit would be submitted and would be acquired through the process of Weld County, and they just needed to be aware of it. So that could answer the question about why it's a little bit different, because you have the effective floodplain data, and then you have the new preliminary floodplain data that we also utilize to evaluate locations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple follow-ups on the floodplain one, because that was a question I was going to ask. Certainly local governments have good on the ground information as far as flood hazards go. And I think some historical floods certainly has caused some potential impacts to oil and gas activities in the area. So in this particular application, did Weld County, or I guess, did Kerr-McGee apply for that flood hazard permit, and did they acquire it?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I am pulling up our final order right now. And I apologize for the delay here. There was testimony during this application before the hearing officer about the floodplain. Yes, under our section of the final order, which literally reads final order, and then it says, therefore, it is now ordered that, and there's a list of items that this applicant has to adhere to for this 1041 permit. Item number 6, and I quote, reads, it is ordered that the applicant shall comply with the 15 conditions of approval or COAs within the approved floodplain hazard development permit from Weld County.
Yeah, I remember reading that in there and I appreciate that, but I guess it's still unclear to me if they did and have acquired it or whether that would be at some point in the future that they would do that.
So I'm taking it, Commissioner Messner, that when this line item in here, it says within the approved floodplain permit from Weld County. I believe that has been approved at this point.
Okay, and I'll confirm that with Kerr-McGee as well, but I was just a little bit confused on that. And, you know, to your knowledge, and this may be something that would have to be asked to some of your floodplain staff, but, you know, were there, as part of that permit, are there additional site requirements to ensure that the potential impacts of flooding is mitigated on this particular location, understanding that, you know, perhaps where it's located, there could be, you know, some significant risks of impacts from floods?
Commissioner Messner, would it be okay if, as there's potential other questions here in just a minute, to try to look that up real quick and bring that permit up to see what is listed in there?
Absolutely. And this would be a question that I'll ask Kerr-McGee as well. So I mean, even if you wanted to chime in, but I was curious at the local government's perspective, because they did issue a permit on that, as well as from the operator's point of view on that particular subject. So
Let me try to find that. Maybe there's a couple other questions. If I can't, then yes, I would defer to the applicant. And the only other thing that I could add right now is I'm looking at our staff report, which again is a part of the recorded final order at the clerk and recorder. If a floodplain permit had not been issued at this time of hearing, it would have been a condition of approval that they would need to satisfy subsequent to hearing. And it's not a condition of approval on our staff report. So to me, that tells me that it was already acquired. And I'll try to look into the details of what you just asked as far as what conditions are on that permit if I can here.
okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, Mr. Maxey, if you could stick around, I think we're going to hear from the applicant now, and we may have further follow-up questions with you as well after and as part of the applicant's presentation. So thanks again for being with us this morning and for the general dive into the MOU and the interrelationship, as well as the dive on this particular application. With that, let's bring to the fore the applicant's attorneys and or supporting folks.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Thank you, Mr. Maxey. I just wanted to clarify, is Mr. Moret going to be giving comments before we start?
Oh, Ms. Larson, I agree. At some point, we were going to hear from Brandon Moret. Is that what's the best order of play here?
Mr. Moret is in the meeting and he has just appeared on screen. So I believe he would be prepared to provide his comments now if the commission so desires.
Commissioners, what are you all thinking? You want to hear from Mr. Moret with regard to the CPW issues before the applicant? Do you care? Mr. Moret, why don't we hear from you on this application?
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure being with you all again. Again, my name is Brandon Moret. I am CPW's Northeast Region Energy Liaison, and I'm a trained wildlife biologist. I want to thank you and the rest of the commission for the opportunity to comment on this OGDP to ensure that CPW has sufficiently protected wildlife and aquatic resources. So I have a few comments that I wanted to run through real quick. And again, similar to Mr. Maxey, I can stay on after the applicant's presentation if there was anything specifically, but as Mr. Maxey touched on, this is one of the first OGDPs, and likewise, CPW has developed some efficiencies that we've come up with or that we've discussed with COGCC staff, or even recent suggestions from you as commissioners that we are going to apply to site visits moving forward. So this inquiry first came to my desk from Kerr-McGee a little over a year ago, about March 9th, 2021. And the initial topic that we discussed was that this site was outside the 500-foot ordinary high water mark. And so what we did there was Kerr-McGee did a great job of field verifying where exactly is the Big Thompson River. And when they did that and they compared the map and added a 500-foot buffer, it showed that the location was actually inside the 500-foot buffer, even though the broader map 500-foot buffer shows it outside. So that would be one efficiency that I wanted to point out to commissioners and to the public, that I really appreciate that Kerr-McGee doing that field verification prior. Most of the cases that we've seen for the 500-foot buffer have been accurate, but this was one case where it pushed the location inside. And I've also had a second case where a field verification pushed the location outside the 500-foot buffer. So that was the first item I wanted to bring up. But we had a site visit almost a year ago on March 31st, 2021 with Kerr-McGee staff, myself, our aquatic subject matter expert, and also the district wildlife manager. And our main concern was that a potential spill could enter some of the ditches in the vicinity and enter the Big Thompson River, since there are known sensitive species, plains minnow species in there. And so we did a thorough examination of a lot of the culverts there to figure out, if there is a connection or whatnot. And what we found was, given the site context, we really try to look at the site conditions. And so there's a railroad grade and the county road that are basically in between the site and the river itself. And if they weren't there, it'd be a much different conversation that CPW would be having with Kerr-McGee. But since they are there and the site does appear to be topographically lower than the ditches, CPW felt that there weren't, that there was, and along with Kerr-McGee's stormwater BMPs, that was sufficient protection for the minnows in the Big Thompson River. And so the other thing we looked at too was having an alternative location analysis. And so when we were on site, I asked Kerr-McGee about, can you move it further to the east outside of the new 500-foot buffer, or the mule deer severe winter range? And so what they said was, and I'm sure the applicant will get into this further, but as far as the site further to the east, it was closer to two possible red-tailed hawk nests, and red-tailed hawks aren't specifically covered by Senate Bill 181, but CPW has timing and distance recommendations for them. But there's also a residential building unit over there. And the district wildlife manager, he asked about one closer to 15 and County Road 54 and 17, again, outside this mule deer severe winter range. But we were told it needs to be further away from the highway and the residential building unit. So let's see. So after all those conversations with Kerr-McGee, we still want to protect the aquatic and mule deer habitats. And so Kerr-McGee, they are planning on constructing, site construction, building, and completions outside the mule deer winter timing stipulations, which is December 1st to April 30th. The minnows do spawn May to July, but given that there's no in-stream construction, that timing restriction wouldn't really make sense from CPW's standpoint. And so over the last few months, we have been chatting with Kerr-McGee on things like finalizing their mitigation options. Again, that's what I talked about 20 days ago, how operators have a choice whether they choose to impact the sensitive season or outside the sensitive season, and also if it's dollars or acres that they choose for the mitigation. So I presented those options so that Kerr-McGee could choose. And then the last efficiency that we have come up with and found out about over the past year is, really trying to work with COGC staff and operators to try to finalize those mitigation choices prior to their final submittal and come before you as commissioners. So that's the short story from CPW's perspective on Paul Nelson. Real quickly for Charlene Nelson, the consultation history, while we're out at Paul Nelson, we learned about Charlene Nelson. And so on one hand, we were really appreciative that Kerr-McGee's like, hey, we have this other site we're considering. You want to go check it out? And we said, yeah, sure. That's good to combine, site visits into one. But at the same time, I wish we had the chance to review it ahead of time, but, we still have time to make our comments and whatnot. So when we got there to the site, we saw that Oxy cited this location outside of the aquatic high priority habitat, and there's a bald eagle active nest, and they cited outside the half-mile buffer. And so our remaining concern was mule deer severe winter range, and we asked if they can move the pad north of the railroad tracks. And then they mentioned about there are some landowners up there that, as far as I remember, that may not be favorable to the location up there. And again, the efficiency that I need to work on is formalizing CPW's ALA requests so that we can have that in the more in the map that is considered by operators moving forward. But for Charlene Nelson, we saw that Kerr-McGee would be drilling outside of the winter months again, so that would minimize their effect on wintering mule deer. And same thing with stormwater BMPs that alleviated our concerns about the Big Thompson River and the minnows there. So that is sort of a short rundown over the many consultations and emails that I've had with Kerr-McGee over the last year. I can happy to answer any questions now or after the applicant's presentation.
Commissioners, initial questions for Mr. Moret at this time or following applicant's presentation? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moret, for being here today. I do have just a few questions so that I better understand the potential impacts to wildlife as well as the mitigations that are being considered in this particular situation. And we had talked about this in the last application, and it's super helpful for me because it's important for me as a commissioner to be able to not be the expert in this, but be able to review the experts' analysis of this particular site, best understand the mitigation or the potential impacts and what the mitigation measures are and how those mitigation measures alleviate those concerns. And so that formality as far as a referral document within the application is really important to me. And I appreciate you giving the verbal information you did today. So what I'm hearing is that due to the fact that there's a railroad grade, that sounds like the biggest significant barrier as far as what you're considering being the mitigation to the potential impact to native aquatic species and being within that high priority habitat. Is that true? I mean, I understand there's other mitigations that are considered on site, but is that barrier the primary?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. That would be, like you mentioned, the tertiary containment, if you will. That's why we did do a thorough examination of the ditches on both the east and west side of the county road there. And just to see, is there a hydrologic connection? Worst case scenario, not that we expect there to be a spill or anything, given the BMPs located on the site. But between the railroad, which, looking at an aerial photo, we didn't know if it was, is it a 10-mile high bank or is it a two foot high railroad bank, but getting on site, it was more on the shorter side, almost a tad above the current ground elevation versus a 10-foot high bank. And so between that and the county road side slopes, yeah, that would be like the tertiary containment. And if those weren't there, yeah, like I mentioned in my short verbal presentation, it would be a much different conversation that we would be having with Kerr-McGee.
And talk to me a little bit about, I guess, your interpretation of no surface occupancy when we're talking about, that native aquatic species buffer. Because I guess when we were going through the rulemaking around that, it was clear to me that it was really important that there would be no surface occupancy within that 500-foot buffer. And so I guess I just need to better understand why consideration, besides the fact that there was an initial map error, why consideration for this particular application would be to allow it within that 500-foot buffer.
Yeah, that's a great question. And thank you, Commissioner Messner. Yes, and that's why site context is super important to CPW. And that's why it's important not only for me to be on site, but also for whether it's the aquatic subject matter experts or the district wildlife manager. District wildlife managers, for those of you that don't know, those are the CPW field staff that not only handle law enforcement, but also everything from eagles to fish in their district. So they have, it ranges, but they can have, 50 square miles that they are the wildlife experts. And so between the three of us bringing our wildlife knowledge to the site, yes, it is important for CPW to protect those no surface occupancy. That is the starting point where we begin. And that's why, with the map and having Kerr-McGee complete the field verification, because at first it looks like, okay, it's outside the 500 foot. Okay, so that's a non-issue. But based on the new data and information, I think that's where we take all the factors into play and understand, okay, and have those conversations about alternative locations. So that we can get to a final determination. Does CPW, are there other locations that we wish could be further away? Sure, that's the case, yeah. But based on what Kerr-McGee's alternative location analysis and saying this is the best location for them and looking at their best management practices, we are saying that the location is sufficiently protecting aquatic resources. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, it generally does. Was there any consideration? I mean, I imagine there's more problematic pieces of equipment on a site than others as far as potential impact to native aquatic species. And I'm thinking in particular of produced water tanks. Was there any consideration of requesting that at least for the produced water tanks be outside of that 500-foot buffer, as well as potential chemical storage? Understanding that we were talking, I mean, I think the way I look at the site, it's, at most a couple 100 feet, which even relocating it on the existing site could potentially move it outside of that 500-foot barrier, that 500-foot buffer. So
for sure. Yeah, and I'll defer the majority of that answer to the applicants, but from what I recall, that there would be a larger pad size located if they had to move it. I remember we talked about different pad locations, and is it better to have one combined pad at this location versus two locations that may be combined bigger? And so there were the different considerations that we discussed in the field. And so yeah, I mean that's,
really my question is from a wildlife standpoint, right? So I mean, if we move these things 200 feet away, even on location, even if the pad is bigger, does that alleviate the potential impacts to the native aquatic species, or does that put additional impacts on what I understand is also in the area, which is the mule deer habitat, right?
Correct, yeah, and they're in the mule deer habitat, and it would, I believe, not having the map up in front of me right now, that they would have to move further than that distance to be also outside the mule deer habitat.
Yeah, I think my question is, does it additionally exacerbate the mule deer habitat if we move these things outside of
Okay.
that buffer, or is it more or less the same impact because they're already providing mitigation for the impact of the mule deer habitat?
Yeah, so CPW starts obviously at a place where we want to protect riparian areas and creeks and whatnot. And so, yes, our ideal siting location for operators is as far away outside of these high priority habitats. And for many reasons that operators can get into, wildlife is only one of dozens of factors that is considered. But as far as your question, Commissioner Messner, the mitigation that Kerr-McGee chooses to, the mitigation options that they chose, that again, they have the option of being outside the high priority habitat, but since they choose to be in, yeah, they are choosing a mitigation option for CPW to offset their impact. And so it's going to be CPW's burden to offset that impact to the mule deer habitat. And if they moved it a little bit further away, yeah, they still would be in and would have to pay the mitigation option. But that additional distance, that would still be close to the 500-foot buffer, but yet with Kerr-McGee's stormwater BMPs, I would expect those to still be into place. So as far as the exacerbate, the mule deer, it wouldn't do that further. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then the other, and this is just a question generally, because I guess I'm not sure how some of these mitigation layers get applied, but I mean, in this particular situation, we've got a potential impact to mule deer and mule deer high priority habitat. We've also got a potential impact to native aquatic species and native aquatic species habitat. As you apply the mitigation, do you apply that mitigation twice because they're impacting two different high priority habitats? And so the dollar amount doubles in those particular situations?
That's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner Messner, to make sure that we're all clear on. So as far as the mitigation is only for 1202D species. So those are big game and grouse production. And so because it's aquatic, it does not qualify since that's a 1202C habitat. But instead, that's where we do focus on mitigation. So whether it's the alternative location analysis and trying to get outside the 500-foot buffer, or other BMPs that the applicant will go into as far as for stormwater to protect those native aquatic species. But there isn't a mitigation option, but I have worked on other locations where, or other OGDPs where they do impact two high priority habitats in 1202D. So pronghorn and greater prairie chicken. And so what CPW does in those instances is we, again, get all the species experts and the district wildlife manager together, site visits, and have a chat with me to assess, okay, which species is going to be impacted more by this development. And whatever the higher impact in our view is, that would be the mitigation we would go with.
Okay. In your negotiations, though, it is possible, though, that, or I guess, is it possible that you could work with an operator to provide mitigation funding in order to be able to potentially offset impacts within native aquatic species high priority habitat, if that was something that could be worked out between CPW and the operator willingly?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Have you been in situations where you have this potential impact to native aquatic species because a location is within that high priority habitat, where you've been able to work out a willing agreement between an operator to provide mitigation compensation for potential impacts in there, or is that not something that typically occurs?
due to the way the rules are laid out, that is not a conversation we've had. Is that something that could be potential? I assume so, but based on how the rules are right now, that's not something that we approach, if you will. But that being said, Commissioner Messner, when Kerr-McGee pays CPW to offset their impact to the mule deer severe winter range for these locations, it's CPW's burden to come up with mitigation projects that benefit mule deer. Now, that's not to say that it won't only benefit mule deer, but given that mule deer severe winter range is typically along riparian areas, it should indirectly benefit other species, whether it's songbirds or whether it is those native aquatic species as well.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Yep, thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moret, for being here today. I'm wondering if you could talk through a little bit, when you're in a consultation, your thought process or how you go about trying to figure out balancing. I've heard you say a couple of times, well, we asked it, could you move it here, or could you move it here? And the operator said, well, that's closer to someone's residence, or the person who owns the property doesn't really want it there. How much are you supposed to, sorry, I'm trying to figure out the right way to word this, right? I'm not sure that it's your problem that it's closer to a house, or the homeowner doesn't, or the surface owner doesn't want it there. Your focus is the location and how it affects wildlife, correct?
Absolutely, yes, that is our mandate and our angle for being at those site visits, correct. But
Okay.
it's also understanding everything that's going into the decision as well.
Right. And then if there's a location, and it's, in this case, regardless of, let's talk about the Paul Nelson pad, regardless of where it's placed, it's going to affect the mule deer habitat. So that's your one factor, one species that's affected. And now, because of where they've placed it, it's affecting two species instead of just one, which is the aquatic species. And so from CPW's perspective, wouldn't you want to minimize the number of species that are affected and ask for a location that perhaps only affects one species instead of two species of concern?
Absolutely, and I would probably even contend that one species is too many. And so given that, and I think that's the whole reason we have these conversations, is to understand the alternative locations and why does it need to be sited here? And a lot of times, it gets to understanding where the minerals is as they're trying to access, because that can be affect pad placement as far as the first step. But yeah, as far as our angle, we're wildlife biologists. We come there and we want to protect the resources so that they are on the landscape for perpetuity for our grandkids. And so when it comes to these conversations, and I have even pondered that if there are some consultations in the near future, as far as extending an invitation to you commissioners for joining me out in the field sometime, because I think that would be helpful for you to see the consultation process, as well as, you can hear it from our perspective, but as far as hearing what a typical consultation is like. So that's something that I have in the back of my mind, that when there's a consultation closer to Denver, I understand you're not all in Denver though, but having that opportunity, and similar to what Mr. Maxey pointed out, if we need to have a separate CPW conversation, I'm happy to entertain and set up such with the commissioners and COGC staff if we wanted to dive into the consultation process further.
Okay, thank you. And then I just want to clarify so that in my mind, I'm understanding within the 500 buffer of the native aquatic species, you might normally say no because of no surface occupancy. But in this particular instance, based on your expertise, you looked at the area, and to Commissioner Messner's point, the topography around it, and feel that the BMPs plus the topography are protective in this case, and therefore you allowed the waiver.
Correct. And so they sufficiently protected the aquatic resources by the stormwater BMPs. And then also the other angle to protect mule deer is to construct outside the wintering season. So if you think about the harshest winters when it's sub-0 degrees, you know, and they're in the riparian areas trying to make it through that day, that week, to make it to spring, you know, and then all of a sudden you have a noise or lights or whatever over here that cause them to flush to an undesirable habitat and expend unnecessary energy to that they are trying to survive that day, that harsh winter day. That is the BMP that is helping protect the mule deer, those wintering mule deer, because by next winter, you know, these wells should be constructed and noise and lights should be minimal.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner McGowan.
So, Mr. Moret, I'm just going to sort of cut to the chase here. I'm looking at the staff report, and they summarize the 5 sort of elements that you agreed to as the CPW subject matter expert. It's the waiver of the no surface occupancy. It's the agreement on alternative method of compliance for daily inspections. It's the waiver of Rule 1202A3 to allow Kerr-McGee to site chemical within the 500 foot of the wetland. It's timing limitations on the mule deer winter season, and it's the habitat mitigation fee payment. As a subject matter expert, you've been asked a lot of questions here this morning. Do you stand by that, you know, those decisions or those recommendations to us as the ultimate decider on this application?
I do, Chair Robbins.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you being with us. We'd ask you to stand by as we hear from the applicant, and maybe if you could listen into the applicant as well, because we may have further questions for you afterward on these important topics. So thanks again for being with us today and for participating.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for your great wildlife questions.
All right, we now will hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Robbins and Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Moret. We do have a PowerPoint. If you could just give us one moment to pull that up, and then we'll get started.
And Ms. Weslinky, you heard lots of questions from commissioners on the wildlife issues. Those are important. If you want to add in as you're going through your presentation to further elaborate on those issues, that'll probably substitute itself for additional questions from commissioners after the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. Agreed. And we will most certainly do that. And we do have a group available for questions after our presentation as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good morning, Commissioners. Kelsey Weslinky of Jost Energy Law. And with Jamie Jost, we represent Kerr-McGee in the Nelson Oil and Gas Development Plan before you in docket 2109-00153. So the Nelson OGDP seeks to establish an approximate 2,760 acre drilling and spacing unit and approve 24 new horizontal wells within the unit for the production from the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, Carlisle, and Sharon Springs formation, and to approve an approximate 2,810 acre oil and gas development plan for 2 new multi-well pads. And those are the Paul Nelson pad for 17 wells and the Charlene Nelson pad for 7 wells. The 2,810 acres defined in the oil and gas development plan hearing application accounts for the Paul Nelson pad being located adjacent to the drilling and spacing unit. Kerr-McGee has met all applicable notice requirements for this oil and gas development plan, and importantly, no petitions were filed. Kerr-McGee also received the director's recommendation for approval of this oil and gas development plan application. As stated by Mr. Maxey this morning, Weld County, through the 1041 WOGLA process, approved the relevant local government siting permits for the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson locations in December of 2021. Now, this hearing does fall under Rule 604B4, as there are 8 residential building units within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface for the Paul Nelson pad, and 4 residential building units within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface for the Charlene Nelson pad. Rule 604B4 provides siting requirements that allow a working pad surface to be located between 500 and 2,000 feet of a residential building unit if the commission finds, after a hearing, that the proposed oil and gas locations and all terms and conditions of approval of a permit will provide substantially equivalent protections for public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Rule 604B4 also provides that the commission will base its finding of substantially equivalent protections on 7 categories of information listed in Rule 604B4A through G. The statement of basis and purpose for Rule 604B4 states that the commission did not intend to limit what information it may consider in making a substantially equivalent finding. And therefore, Rule 604B4 provides that the list of 7 categories of information is not exclusive. The statement of basis and purpose for this rule further clarifies that the commission's intent is to reflect that distance is only one way to protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And the commission's rules achieve the required protection in a variety of ways, including alternative location analysis, considerations of facility design, adherence to best management practices, requiring use of specific control technologies, and permit conditions of approval. By adopting the substantially equivalent review, the commission did not intend to set a standard that requires the commission to compare potential impacts of a proposed oil and gas location to an identical oil and gas location 2,000 feet from all residential building units. The statement of basis and purpose states that such a standard may be unachievable and would elevate distance as the sole or predominant regulatory tool to protect and minimize adverse impacts. The commission also does not intend to create a standard that elevates one method of protection over all other methods. In today's testimony presented by subject matter experts, Kerr-McGee will present this commission with substantial evidence supporting compliance with the criteria set forth in subsection 604B4A through G, as well as other information relevant to the proposed locations to demonstrate compliance with Rule 604B4's substantial equivalence standard. In determining substantial equivalence, the statement of basis and purpose gives an example for noise. Noise attenuates over distance, but employing a control technology such as a muffler or a sound barrier may provide equivalent reductions in sound levels at any given receptor without changing the distance between the source and the receptor. Similarly, as Kerr-McGee will testify to today, the design of the Nelson locations and other control technologies and operating commitments result in the avoidance of potential adverse impacts. For example, Kerr-McGee's air modeling demonstrates that emissions within 300 feet of the working pad surface meet health-based standards and therefore substantially equivalent protections. Kerr-McGee's noise, light, odor, dust, traffic, visual, and other plans submitted with each Form 2A also contain robust avoidance measures, coupled with minimization and mitigation measures that demonstrate that Kerr-McGee has met its burden of proof on substantial equivalence. Again, Kerr-McGee will testify to each of these in detail today. Regarding wildlife protection, as stated by Mr. Moret, both the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson locations are within the mule deer severe winter range, which is defined as a Rule 1202D density habitat. And the Paul Nelson pad is located within 300 and 500 feet of the native aquatic species conservation waters high priority habitat defined under Rule 1202C. For the mule deer severe winter range, Kerr-McGee consulted with CPW and is committed to both direct and indirect mitigation, as well as seasonal restrictions, which Kerr-McGee will confirm as part of its testimony. For the native aquatic species conservation waters, as authorized by Rule 309E5D, CPW waived the Rule 1202C1R buffer between 300 and 500 feet, and the director granted an exception to this rule as indicated in the director recommendation. In addition, Kerr-McGee agreed to several CPW-approved best management practices to protect this habitat. Prior to today's hearing on March 17th, Kerr-McGee e-filed this PowerPoint presentation, as well as 2 detailed ALA narratives for the Paul and Charlene Nelson locations to assist the commission in your deliberation of this OGDP. In Kerr-McGee's ALA submitted with the Form 2As for the Paul and Charlene Nelson locations, Kerr-McGee analyzed a total of 12 alternative locations, The ALA narrative previously submitted with the Form 2As was e-filed again last week for ease of your review. In the ALA narrative e-filed last week, Kerr-McGee also included an additional 2 locations that were not included in the original ALA analysis and were not requested by staff. These additional 2 locations are intended to provide more information to the Commission to support Kerr-McGee's siting analysis and request for the approval of the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson locations. During our testimony today, we offer the expertise of several subject matter experts from Kerr-McGee who are available to answer questions on the materials presented. The substantial record contained within the OGDP notices, the Form 2As for the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson locations, the Form 2B data, the hearing application, the associated land, regulatory, geology, and engineering testimony, the director's recommendation for approval supported by a robust analysis, as well as the testimony presented today, all provide robust evidence to support a finding of substantial equivalence and approval of the requested drilling and spacing unit, OGDP application, and the Paul Nelson and Charlene Nelson oil and gas locations. Kerr-McGee respectfully requests that the Commission approve the Nelson OGDP today and allow this thoughtfully planned and critically necessary development to occur. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Friedman, who will be testifying for Kerr-McGee as part of this Nelson OGDP. Ms. Friedman?
Thank you, Kelsey. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rachel Friedman. I am a senior staff geologist with Kerr-McGee. Next slide, please. Before we dive into the analysis on the OGDP, I'd like to highlight some of Kerr-McGee's industry-leading BMPs. Kerr-McGee is one of the only operators in the DJ Basin that has an integrated operations center, or an IOC. This 24-hour, 7 days a week facility allows us to remotely monitor and shut in our wells and facilities by monitoring pressures, temperatures, flow rates, and water tank levels. This increases our ability to safely operate by eliminating the time needed to drive to location to shut in wells. Our water on demand pipeline system is a pipeline system that allows us to pipe our water for completions rather than trucking. On this application alone, this system will eliminate 66% of our pre-production truck trips. The tankless facility design eliminates storage of hydrocarbons from our proposed locations, and instead those hydrocarbons are transferred via pipeline. Kerr-McGee has the lowest emissions inventory intensity of any oil and gas operator in the state of Colorado. This is highlighted on the graph, in the graph on the right. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to walk you through the Nelson family OGDP. This OGDP will develop 2,760 acres in Township 5 North, Range 67 West. The relevant local government is Weld County, and the proximate local government is Milliken, but that's only on the Charlene Nelson location. Kerr-McGee entered into an SUA with the surface owners, Nelson Family LLC, in July 2021. The Paul Nelson location is located outside of the DSU for this OGDP and will capture 1,960 acres by drilling 17 long lateral wells. Those wells will be drilled from west to east in accordance with the geologic stresses of the area. The Charlene Nelson location is in the southeastern part of the DSU. This location will capture 800 acres using 7 long lateral wells by drilling from east to west. I'd like to note that the unusual shape of the DSU in the southeast is a direct result of the Johnstown Fault, which is a major basement-involved fault with over 200 feet of throw. This also has a direct impact on the siting of the Charlene Nelson location. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out some of the portions of our permitting timeline. In August of 2021, Kerr-McGee held a pre-application meeting to review the alternative location analysis with Weld County. The commission staff and CPW were also present. In early October, we submitted our OGDP 2A and our Weld County 1041 WOGLAs. On December 16th, the 1041 WOGLAs were approved at hearing, and on the same day, the OGDP was deemed complete. On March 14th, we received the director's recommendation. Next slide, please. Now we'll take some time to walk through the 604B4 standards. Next slide, please. As Kelsey discussed, the categories of information in subsections A through G of Rule 604B4 show that the Nelson locations comply with the Commission's rules and achieve the high standards of protection over and above the rule requirements. Next slide, please. We will walk you through each of the 7 categories of information in Rule 604B4 and highlight additional commitments at these locations to show substantially equivalent protections. Next slide. Kerr-McGee has stringent best management practices that have allowed us to avoid, minimize, and mitigate any potential impacts to nearby receptors. Our tankless design allows us to eliminate the largest potential source of emissions, our oil tanks. Kerr-McGee has collected over 3,400 benzene air samples within 300 feet of our 22 locations with similar facilities to these locations. All samples analyzed are well below the CDPHE health guidance values. Our lighting is angled inward and downward towards our location. The modeling we have done on receptors out to a mile indicates extremely low light impacts that are significantly below regulatory limits. This information was submitted with the 2A as part of our lighting mitigation plan. Based on our modeling, presented in the noise mitigation plan submitted with the 2A, all modeled locations will not experience a perceptible increase in noise during our operations. Next slide, please. We do not expect any nearby stakeholders to experience any odor-related impacts. Kerr-McGee has committed to using a Group 3 drilling mud, which eliminates odor from the drilling phase completely. Additionally, using a closed-loop completion system eliminates odor from the completions phase. We have moved our haul route to the south of the Paul Nelson location, which not only increases safety, but allows us to avoid dust impacts for the stakeholders to the north of the Paul Nelson location. Traffic concerns were mentioned by stakeholders during the public comment period. We work hard to reduce our traffic impacts. Our tankless design will eliminate 80% of our post-production traffic, and the water on demand system will eliminate 66% of our pre-production truck traffic. Our stakeholders also mentioned visual concerns. We will be reducing visual fragmentation in the area by plugging and abandoning multiple nearby wells. We've also committed to installing landscaping to mitigate visual impacts to residents to the west and northwest of the Paul Nelson location. From a safety perspective, Kerr-McGee not only has the IOC for real-time monitoring and shut-in capabilities, but we have also worked closely with the local emergency responders and developed a robust emergency action plan. Next slide, please. We will now walk through each of the categories relevant to substantial equivalence. The first is the director's recommendation to approve the Nelson OGDP, which is critical to the Commission's consideration under Rule 604B4. Next slide. The director's recommendation concludes that the Nelson OGDP complies with the Commission's rules and should be considered for approval by the Commission. Next slide, please. The second category of information relevant to substantial equivalence is how the location design and any best management practices avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts, considering geology, technology, and topography. Next slide, please. The siting of these locations, particularly the Charlene Nelson location, is impacted by the presence of the Johnstown Fault, which runs along the southeastern side of the DSU and then turns and goes to the north. Any surface location that would cause us to drill through this fault could create unsafe conditions during our drilling operations. Kerr-McGee uses rigs powered by compressed natural gas. Our rigs have sound reduction upgrades and large rig walking capabilities. The 2 Nelson family OGDP locations will utilize 2-mile laterals with up to 3,650 foot step outs to extract minerals from 2,760 acres. Next slide. Kerr-McGee uses quiet completions fleet technology with containerized sand and proppant delivery systems. During flowback, we use a closed loop system that takes gas to a gathering line rather than venting or burning it. Our tankless facility design uses pipelines instead of trucks to transport oil to a central processing facility. Our IOC provides real-time monitoring 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. With the deployment of these technologies, we will avoid, minimize, or mitigate impacts to the surrounding receptors. Next slide, please. The existing topography was assessed and accounted for during initial site planning. Changes to topography during all phases have been designed to produce stormwater runoff patterns consistent with the natural conditions. They also follow local stormwater criteria. This is detailed in our stormwater management plan that was submitted with the 2A. Kerr-McGee has received an approved drainage permit and grading permit from Weld County. Next slide, please. Within the second substantial equivalence criteria is the consideration of the distance to human and wildlife receptors. Next slide. The Paul Nelson location is shown on the left, with the 2,000-foot buffer from the working pad surface shown by the dashed blue line. There are 8 residential building units also shown in blue, including one owned by the surface owner, where we have received informed consent from their tenant. The Charlene Nelson location shown on the right has 4 RBUs, 2 of which are owned by the surface owners who have signed informed consent waivers for these locations as well. Next slide, please. The second substantial equivalence criteria also considers the size of surface facilities, well direction and depth, drilling and completions techniques, intensity of operations, and activity on or near the location, in addition to the consolidation of surface facilities. Next slide, please. We are anticipating starting pad construction in May of 2022. We will drill surface casing in midsummer, and our horizontal drilling will start in late summer and continue into the fall. After taking a break to abide by the operational stipulations associated with mule deer, Kerr-McGee will come back to complete these wells, build facility, and perform interim reclamations in 2023. Next slide. Kerr-McGee has worked diligently and continuously to improve our technologies that allow us to reduce our initial pad sizes, as well as our interim reclamation pad sizes. The Charlene Nelson location will initially disturb approximately 10.5 acres and will then be reduced to 2.7 acres after interim reclamation. The Paul Nelson location will initially disturb approximately 16.3 acres and will then be reduced to 5.75 acres after interim reclamation. The duration of our operations has been significantly reduced by improving our drilling and completions efficiency. Increases in our technological capabilities, including increased back builds, step outs, and longer lateral lengths, allow us to drill more wells from fewer locations. When this OGDP was originally planned, it would have required 7 pads of short lateral wells, which would have caused 70 acres of disturbance. Our current plan will disturb 8 acres after interim reclamation, thereby avoiding 62 acres of disturbance and impacting fewer stakeholders as a result of our consolidation efforts. Next slide, please. The third category of information to consider is the relevant local government's disposition and any siting permits. Next slide. Both locations have gone through the robust 1041 WOGLA process for Weld County. As you heard from Mr. Maxey earlier, Weld County believes that Kerr-McGee's commitment to BMPs will protect the health, safety, security, and general welfare of the present and future residents of Weld County. Next slide, please. The fourth category of information relevant to substantial equivalence is the analysis of all potential alternate locations from which the targeted minerals can be accessed. Next slide, please. The Commission staff has determined that the proposed locations present fewer potential adverse impacts than the alternates analyzed. Next slide, please. I'm going to walk you through the process that Kerr-McGee used when analyzing the area for potential locations. As with any location, we look at all of the ALA criteria, including the distance to RBUs. This map shows RBUs shown with a small red circle. The RBU buffer is shown with a large purple circle. The DSU boundary is in dashed pink. As far as alternate locations, the numbered locations were originally submitted with Kerr-McGee's ALA in October. Locations identified with letters that are locations that an additional analysis was requested by staff before the OGDP reached completeness. Locations Y and Z were submitted in a supplement provided to you on March 17th in order to provide additional information to you on locations that may appear feasible, but in fact are not. The color of each of the locations analyzed provides more detail regarding the location. The preferred locations are shown in green. The orange locations are those that would require additional impacts. Generally, that is in the form of an additional pad that would cause additional disturbance and impact more RBUs. The dark gray locations are locations where the surface owners are not willing to accommodate oil and gas on their property. Light gray locations have surface constraints. In general, this means that parcels are too small to accommodate a pad, or that the landowner would rather use that land for its primary use. Now that you have your bearings on the map, you can see that there are very few locations outside the 2,000-foot buffer of RBUs, but that Y and Z do meet those criteria. We'll keep working through the ALA process and discuss each location. Next slide, please. In addition to human receptors, it's important for us to consider the impacts to wildlife. In particular, habitats that are considered no surface occupancy. You'll note that locations Z and 6 are both within no surface occupancy areas associated with a bald eagle nest. In addition, location Z is in a wetland, in NSO for native aquatic species conservation waters, and within the floodplain. Next slide, please. It's important for Kerr-McGee to have a good working relationship with our surface owners. To that end, this map shows the general disposition of some of the surface owners in the area. I'd like to take the time to walk through each of these locations with you. At location A, the surface owners at this location have not responded to our multiple attempts to contact them regarding oil and gas development on their property. Locations 4 and 5 are owned by the same surface owner who has indicated that they are not interested in oil and gas on their property. Locations 2 and 3, the surface owners of these parcels were interested in working with Kerr-McGee. Unfortunately, the pad size required was too large of an area to divert from their primary land use. Location 1. In addition to the 18 RBUs within 2,000 feet of this location, the most of any location that we considered, portions of this parcel were deeded to the town of Milliken for use as part of a trail, and that deed dictated no development. The remainder of the parcel has topographic challenges, and therefore fitting a pad in this location would be challenging. Location 7. Kerr-McGee determined that this was not a viable location due to safety concerns associated with an active airstrip. Location E. As mentioned before, the Johnstown Fault near this location is a very large basement involved fault with over 200 feet of throw offset. Due to downhole safety concerns, we are unable to drill through this fault without putting our crews in danger. This location is also covered by the PDC Guanella Cap, which has a surface stay. Next slide, please. In summary, we'd like to show you the 12 locations that were considered as alternatives to the Paul Nelson location. As mentioned before, there are 2 overall categories, those with surface constraints shown in gray, and those that would have required additional surface impacts, additional surface locations, and then therefore additional cumulative impacts compared to the Paul Nelson location shown in orange. The Paul Nelson location allows us to capture the entirety of the mineral acreage that we'd like to reach while being protective of the area. Next slide, please. This summary slide for the Charlene Nelson location is color-coded the same way and shows the 5 potential locations considered as an alternative to the Charlene Nelson location, which is shown in green. As mentioned before, the 2 gray locations, 4 and 5, are owned by the same entity who is not willing to accommodate oil and gas on their land. Location Z and location 6 are both within no surface occupancy, high priority habitat. Location Z is also within the severe floodplain and wetlands. None of the 4 alternatives considered are feasible. Additionally, the surface owners of the Charlene Nelson location encourage the use of their land. The Charlene Nelson location is the best and most protective location to develop the southern 800 acres of the Nelson family OGDP. Next slide, please. As we've already discussed, one of the ALA criteria triggered for the Paul Nelson location is the presence of the floodplain. Kerr-McGee has complied with all state and Weld County rules and will safely operate within the floodplain. Next slide, please. Although not identified on the Commission website as a location that is within the floodplain, this location has been preliminarily identified as a floodplain. This preliminary floodplain has not yet been adopted by FEMA. Both Kerr-McGee and Weld County modeling indicate that due to a topographic barrier created by the Great Western Railway and a lack of connectivity between the well pad and the Big Thompson River, there will be no floodwaters on the location. The map on the left shows the location of the Big Thompson River, indicated by the black line with arrows. The modeled extent of floodwaters during a 100-year event are shown in brown. The approximate location of the 2013 event floodwaters are shown by the dashed black line. The 2013 event is generally considered a 100-year event. The topography of the area increases protection as it slopes away to the southeast away from the well pad, as indicated by the black arrows. The cross-section on the right shows the location of the river. The ordinary high water mark of the river is shown in blue. The modeled and then 2013 flood elevations. The elevation of the railroad, stockpile, and Provost location are also shown. Based on our modeling, we firmly believe that there will be no floodwaters on the Paul Nelson location during a 100-year event. Nevertheless, Kerr-McGee has complied with the requirements by Weld County, applied for and received an approved floodplain hazard development permit from Weld County. We will comply with the COAs that are included in that permit, including anchoring our tanks, placing secondary containment around the separators and tanks, elevating or flood-proofing our facilities, and elevating or waterproofing all of our electrical equipment. Kerr-McGee has also submitted a flood shut-in plan with the 2A and provided the complete floodplain hazard development permit to the Commission staff. Next slide, please. The second ALA criteria triggered for the Nelson locations is high priority habitat. Both 1202C and 1202D habitats apply. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee consulted with CPW under Rule 309, and CPW did waive, and the grant director granted an exception to the native aquatic species conservation waters 300 to 500 foot buffer with a commitment to CPW approved BMPs. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee has completed a full ALA and did not request that CPW waive the ALA requirement. The information in the next 3 slides can be found in the wildlife mitigation plans submitted with the 2As. As you heard from Mr. Moret earlier, both locations are within the mule deer severe winter range. Kerr-McGee held consultation with CPW well ahead of the required timeline in March of 2021 and has had significant contact with them since then. As a result of the locations, Kerr-McGee will pay approximately $53,000 in direct impacts. Because the Paul Nelson location is the 5th within a square mile, Kerr-McGee will also pay $16,000 in indirect impacts. CPW will use this money to offset any potential impacts to mule deer. Next slide, please. The Paul Nelson location is also within the 300 to 500 foot buffer of native aquatic species conservation waters. CPW has waived the NSO associated with this HPH, and the director has granted an exception to Rule 1202C1R. The Charlene Nelson location is within the 500 to 1,000 foot buffer of the native aquatic species conservation waters high priority habitat. As a result, Kerr-McGee will employ the BMPs listed in Rule 1202A10 and 309E5D, including containing flowback and stimulation fluids in tanks on the working path surface with down gradient perimeter berming, constructing lined berms around our condensate and produced water storage tanks, inspecting the oil and gas location on a daily basis, and utilizing the remote capabilities of our IOC to monitor the location during production. Inspections during the production phase will continue on a weekly basis. We will also maintain adequate spill response equipment on location during drilling and completions operations. And Kerr-McGee does not, but we will not construct or utilize any pits. Next slide, please. The Charlene Nelson location specifically was planned outside of the quarter-mile and half-mile buffer of a bald eagle nest. The location, however, is within the bald eagle winter night roost, which is not a high priority habitat, but requires consultation with CPW. As a result of this location, Kerr-McGee will further reduce its operating window. Next slide, please. The 5th category of information relevant to determining substantial equivalence is how a proposed location fits with nearby locations and infrastructure. Next slide. Kerr-McGee's existing infrastructure minimizes impacts and increases consolidation. Our tankless design eliminates the storage of hydrocarbons, which was the biggest source of our emissions. We pipe our hydrocarbons rather than trucking them, which removes 80% of our post-production trips. Our water on demand pipelines bring our completions water to our location via pipeline rather than trucks, eliminating 66% of our production trips, pre-production truck trips. Kerr-McGee has a central processing facility and an integrated operations center, both of which reduce the number of truck trips to location. The use of horizontal development with extended reach laterals allows Kerr-McGee to minimize impacts. Next slide. Kerr-McGee has committed to reclaim 14 acres associated with plugging and abandoning 6 wells and 5 facilities in the surrounding area. After interim reclamation, Kerr-McGee will have reclaimed 5 more acres than the project has disturbed. Next slide, please. The sixth category of information relevant to substantial equivalence is how the design of the oil and gas location avoids, minimizes, and mitigates potential impacts to nearby residential building units. Next slide, please. To recap many of the previous slides, Kerr-McGee intends to avoid impacts by using the tankless facility, a water-on-demand pipeline system, real-time monitoring at our IOC, air-actuated pneumatic devices. We will plug 6 wells. We've avoided wildlife impacts to the extent possible by locating our Charlene Nelson pad to avoid eagle nests and native aquatic species conservation waters. Both locations will use berming and secondary containment to protect floodplain and wetlands. Group 3 drilling mud and closed loop systems. We will avoid impacts to the surface owner's land use by positioning our locations outside of their sprinkler pivots. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee is committed to minimizing impacts by using closed loop systems during completions, temporary ECDs, reducing disturbance areas at interim reclamation, using combustion devices with a 98% destruction efficiency, operating between May 1st and November 30th at the Paul Nelson location, and May 1st to November 15th at the Charlene Nelson location. Next slide. Kerr-McGee will mitigate emissions by performing AVO inspections weekly at our production facilities, and infrared cameras will be used monthly. We will mitigate sound by using 32-foot tall sound walls and placing continuous sound monitors during our operations phases. We will mitigate light by angling our LED lights inward and downward. Next slide, please. On the Paul Nelson location, we are planning to route our traffic to the south of the location. This will reduce impacts to stakeholders to the north of the location and increase safety. On the Charlene Nelson location, we are realigning the access road to safely intersect with Weld County Road 52 at a 90-degree angle. Kerr-McGee will coordinate with Weld County to apply water and magnesium chloride as needed. Our grading and drainage plan has been approved by Weld County and is designed to mitigate stormwater impacts. Next slide, please. The CDPHE consultation for these locations was provided on February 10th. Kerr-McGee provided our formal response on February 28th. Kerr-McGee has committed to the majority of the requests in the consultation. Many of these are either standard practice already for Kerr-McGee or are included in rule language. I'd like to highlight just a couple of the recommendations. Based on our conversations with the sole power provider in the area, the Poudre Valley Rural Electric Association, it is not feasible for Kerr-McGee to use an electric rig at this location. Kerr-McGee will use a natural gas powered rig with a battery energy storage system. As mentioned several times, Kerr-McGee is committed to hydrocarbon takeaway, eliminating over 72,000 truck trips. Kerr-McGee cannot provide produced water pipeline takeaway at this location, as it would cause an additional 83 acres of disturbance, including nearly 14 miles of right-of-way, with numerous waterway crossings and borings beneath multiple roads, highways, and ditches. All of this additional disturbance will be required for a temporary use, as the majority of the water from our wells is produced within the first 6 months. I will now pass it along to Chad Schlichtenmeyer, who will walk you through our air monitoring program.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, commissioners. Chad Schlichtenmeyer, environmental leader, Occidental. Air monitoring will be conducted at both the Charlene Nelson pad and the Paul Nelson pad. The air monitoring plans will be approved by CDPHE. For the Charlene Nelson pad, the plan was approved on January 21st of this year. For the Paul Nelson pad, the plan has not been submitted. We're still working on access. Air monitoring will be conducted during production drilling, completions, and 6 months of production facility operations at both pads. The air monitoring reports will be submitted at the end of each month during monitoring activity to the CDPHE, COGCC, Town of Milliken, and Wells County. In addition, a summary of their monitoring reports will also be posted to the OXY stakeholder website. Next slide, please. As a background, we've been conducting air monitoring using the approved program since 2020. During production drilling, we've done monitoring at 6 locations, completions 21 locations, and production facility 7 locations. The 2 main components of our program are continuous VOC analyzers. These are typically put about 300 feet away from the pad. We try to put these in each cardinal direction, but we also try to put analyzers between our operations and RBUs. We also use continuous benzene monitoring with carbon sorbent tubes. These are on a 14-day cycle. At the end of the 14 days, the carbon tubes are replaced out, and the tubes from the previous 14 days are sent to a lab and analyzed according to EPA methods. Just a little background on EPA method 325. When EPA was finalizing the maximum available control technology standards for petroleum refineries, in a final rule, they required refineries to do fence line monitoring following EPA method 325. We incorporated this method into our program, and for a pad of these size, the rule requires 12 carbon sorbent tubes to be evenly placed around the pad, approximately 165 feet from the fence lines. All of our monitoring is done by a third-party consultant, with all the results sent to a certified lab and analyzed according to EPA methods. Our program has 3 investigation levels. These are based on historical monitoring and are protective of public health. They're an indication of an event that requires an investigation and potential follow-up actions. If we have an elevated reading, any alert is coordinated through our IOC, which is manned 24/7. So if we get an alert in the middle of the night, it will be sent to the IOC, and they will dispatch immediately the correct personnel to the location. The figure on the right here shows the approved air monitoring plant locations for the Charlene Nelson pad. The tan or salmon colored are the continuous VOC analyzers. There will be 7 of them at this location. And the blue are the carbon sorbent tubes, and there's 12 of them placed around the pad. Next slide, please. Looking into our data we've collected to date, since 2020, over 3,400 benzene samples have been collected. All the results are below the CDPHE health guideline value of 9 ppb for benzene per our approved air monitoring program. During baseline monitoring, we've collected 369 samples, production drilling 906 samples, completions 1,634 samples, and production facility 471 samples. The graphs below show all the samples that have been taken up through February of this year. The graph on the left there shows samples taken during production drilling, completions, and production facility operations utilizing carbon sorbent tubes. As you can see, all the results are well below the CDPHE benzene health guidance value of 9 ppb. We also do monitoring prior to any activities, which we refer to as baseline monitoring with the carbon sorbent tubes. The results in the graph on the right there show what we've obtained during baseline sampling. I would like to point out that the results that we're seeing in this table here are all above the detection limit of the method. Next slide, please. RBU locations. For the Charlene Nelson pad, the nearest RBU is 843 feet. For the Paul Nelson pad, 938 feet. The figure on the right here shows the nearest RVU for the Charlie Nelson pad and the monitoring program layout. Operations at these proposed for these locations will be the same operations that we've done air monitoring at previous locations. So the historical monitoring data is representative of operations at these pads. In addition, with the BMP commitments, potential emissions, may decrease as well as impact. As mentioned, we have over 3,400 benzene air samples collected, all well below the health guidance value. As you move out from the pad, the impacts decrease based on distance. And what we did, we went back and looked at the concentrations from the carbon absorbent tubes that were placed 165 feet from the wall, and then compared those to the concentrations that were obtained at 300 feet from the wall. And based on limited review of the data, that when you go from 165 feet out to 300 feet, on average, there was a 20% decrease in concentration. Beyond 300 feet, we don't have the data to say, is that ratio, going to remain consistent? But the trend that the concentration will continue to decrease will happen. So based on that, the impacts at the nearest RVUs will be less than historical data, realizing there are background concentrations. I will now turn it over to Julie Coleman.
Thank you, Chad. Next slide. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Julie Coleman, and I'm the Stakeholder Relations Manager. The last category of information in Rule 604B4, relevant to determining substantial equivalence, is our communication with those who live near our proposed locations. So today I'll share a bit about our community engagement efforts, including the opportunities we provided for our neighbors to connect, what we heard from our neighbors, and our ongoing commitment. Next slide. Here you can see a timeline of our outreach efforts. I will highlight a few to demonstrate the invitations we extended to our neighbors. After the WOGLA hearing in the fall of 2021, which did not have any community opposition, we sent postcards to residents inviting them to connect with us and to provide their feedback. In December, we sent a detailed completeness packet to all interested parties and posted it to our website. In February, we planned a community meeting, but instead met individually with the one stakeholder who RSVP'd. We also posted the community meeting slide deck on our website and reached out separately to stakeholders who didn't respond to the invitation. We conducted a door-to-door to all homes within 2,000 feet of the proposed locations, and if the resident wasn't home or was otherwise unavailable, we connected in other ways. Please keep in mind that this engagement timeline is continually updated as we have had and will continue to have conversations with our neighbors as these projects move forward. Next slide. This slide shows the number of contacts or attempts to contact we had with each residential building unit near the Paul Nelson pad when we submitted the slides. Since then, we've had at least an additional dozen or so calls and visits with our neighbors. Our goal during outreach is to provide multiple invitations through various communication channels for stakeholders to seek information and provide feedback. We adapt our approach to meet each stakeholder's communication preference, whether to communicate in person or by phone, texting, email, or mail. For example, one residential building unit owner spoke to us on the phone and said he didn't use computers and would prefer information in writing. We sent him an additional information about the haul route by mail and were able to resolve his concerns. Another residential building unit owner was open to meeting our team in person. We met with her and followed up with her dozens of times by phone and email. The great news is that we have been able to develop great relationships with those in the community and to resolve their concerns. I'll touch on this more in a minute. Next slide. This slide shows the number of contacts we've had with residents near the Charlie Nelson pad. The two closest homes on the west are owned by the surface owner and they have signed informed consent. Please note that all residential building units within 2,000 feet of the proposed locations received the completeness notice. Next slide. Here I'll share with you the questions and concerns we heard from the community and how we've modified our development and operational plans in direct response. Our neighbors asked about lighting. Rachel went over this earlier, but we explained to residents how our detailed lighting plan avoids impacts. Several residents who live north of the Paul Nelson pad indicated that they were concerned about traffic and the resulting dust and noise. In addition to our BMPs, which reduce truck traffic, the modified haul route, as shown here on the right, avoids these homes. The residents we spoke to were pleased with this change and no longer have concerns about traffic. We've been talking to our neighbors about visual mitigation over the past several months and have been able to resolve their concerns. After meeting with neighbors at their homes and pointing out the location of the equipment and describing the berming and fencing, their concerns about visual impact were reduced. In mid-February, we provided photo visualizations to illustrate what the location will look like from nearby properties. The residents were pleased with the visualizations and did not share any further concerns. Although the residents' concerns about visual mitigation were alleviated, we continued to pursue how we might add landscaping to further minimize impacts in the community. We recently identified planting and watering alternatives that will give trees planted at the Paul Nelson pad a chance to thrive. We've shared this update and our commitment to add trees between our equipment and our neighbors' homes and properties. The stakeholders near the location have been thrilled to hear this update. Next slide. This is the 3D visualization that shows the steps we've taken to visually minimize impacts at Paul Nelson. The landscaping is not shown in this view, which makes it obvious what the location will look like from near residents' homes before the trees are planted and reach maturity. And I can see it's kind of difficult to see these, but this is the location down here. There's some equipment being shown here, and the arrows are pointing to where the facility and where the wells are. I'll give you a minute to look at that. All right, next slide. In summary, we provided an opportunity to have a community meeting. We visited stakeholders at their homes and adapted our outreach to meet each stakeholder's communication preference. The stakeholder concerns shared with us and in public comment about lighting, traffic, and visual mitigation have been successfully resolved. In total, our team has had over 200 contacts with community members through a variety of channels. In closing, our team's sole purpose is to maintain a connection between OCC and the community. We're committed to being a good neighbor by continuing to seek feedback, sharing information about our operations, including descriptions of our work, timelines, and health, safety, and environmental data. And thank you for your time. I'll turn it back to Rachel.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Julie. In summary, we'd like to highlight that no petitions were filed to the OGDP. The director has determined that the OGDP complies with the Commission's rules and should be considered for approval by the Commission. They have also determined that Kerr-McGee has provided sufficient opportunity for RBU owners to engage in this permitting process. The Nelson Family OGDP provides substantially equivalent protections of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. The 1041 WOGLAs were approved on December 16th, 2021. The BMPs presented avoid, minimize, and mitigate temporary impacts. Kerr-McGee has focused on consolidating operations using 2 well pads to capture 2,760 acres. Kerr-McGee's facility design, innovations, and removing 6 wells will allow us to reclaim 14 acres, reducing our cumulative impacts and reclaim more acreage than we are disturbing. We appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you this morning and look forward to any questions that you may have. I'll now turn it back to Kelsey.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. We did include the CDPHE's approval of Kerr-McGee's air monitoring plan. Here is the last slide in the PowerPoint. The full air monitoring plan was also submitted with the 2A and was e-filed again last week for your reference. And again, we welcome questions on the air monitoring plan for these locations. Again, Kerr-McGee does respectfully request approval of the approximate 2,760 acre drilling and spacing unit for 24 new horizontal wells for the production from the Niobrara, Fort Hays, Codell, Carlisle, and Sharon Springs formations, and approval of the approximate 2,810 acre oil and gas development plan for the Paul Nelson pad for the development of 17 horizontal wells and the Charlene Nelson pad for the development of 7 horizontal wells. As established by the subject matter experts today, the Nelson OGDP contains a substantial record of alternative location analysis, state-of-the-art facility design, adherence to best management practices that go over and above regulatory requirements, and the use of specific control technologies to meet Kerr-McGee's burden and support for approval of the Paul and Charlene Nelson locations, which will provide substantially equivalent protections for public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. So again, we do have a team of subject matter experts with us on the hearing today, and we welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you to the panel for the presentation. Commissioners, checking in with you. There's a lot of information. I know we're going to have some questions. It is close to noon, close to kind of a lunch break. Do we want to potentially take a break and then come back? We are quite a bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. I float that out there because that's my idea. My stomach's grumbling. So I'm seeing nodding of heads up and down. It is 11:50. Let's take about 45-50 minutes. Let's return at 12:40, and that'll give everybody time to do a lunch break. So we'll come back at 12:40. Okay, welcome back. We have our quorum of commissioners at this point. And I believe that we are at that point in which we will have commissioner, if there are commissioner questions. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was very robust, and I appreciate that. A couple of questions. One is, I'm wondering if it is possible to have the chemical storage on a different part of the pad, so that it is more than 500 feet away from the native cutthroat trout, native water species area, the no buffer zone.
Rachel, you may want to pull up, would it be helpful to pull up the map for discussing that issue?
Sure, yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Matt, if you don't mind sharing your screen again. I'm trying to think which slide would be the best. But so let me just first kind of walk you through the chemical totes that are placed within the native aquatic species buffer. Those are used for the kind of the life of the well, and so they contain chemicals that are things like scale inhibitor and biocide. My understanding is, yes, it would be possible to relocate those outside of the buffer, but we may need to resubmit some of our drawings in order to accomplish that. Yeah, so on this map, the chemical totes would be, if you went just directly south of the P in production facility, they would be located about there right now. And yeah, I think we could move them further to the east. But I would like to hear from, if there's anybody else that's on my team that has any objections to that or any concerns with it, I would love to hear from them.
Rachel, I can jump in and elaborate. My name is Joseph Bremer. I'm an environmental specialist here in the DJ Basin with Kerr-McGee. I will just add to Rachel's points that we did some analysis and we found only 0.3 acres of our production facility will actually fall in the remap native aquatic habitat after reclamation. This is primarily the access road. And to a question earlier during Brandon's presentation, we were able to determine that all of our produced water vessels also will fall outside the native aquatic habitat species as currently planned.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I think what you're saying is those pieces are already, you've already planned and it already is outside of the 500-foot buffer, that it doesn't need to be moved? Is that what you're saying?
So thank you for your question, Commissioner. The produced water vessels, as referenced earlier, are outside that native aquatic habitat species buffer. And I believe that at this time that the chemical storage totes would be outside that buffer. However, to Rachel's point, we can definitely ensure that going forward and make sure that they are outside that buffer.
I appreciate that. And if you all are amenable to making sure that they are outside the 500-foot buffer, I might be recommending that later as we deliberate. I'm wondering if you could show me, I think sorry, I'd have to go back to my notes and I find it hard to do both at the same time. I think there are a certain number of wells that will be plugged and facilities taken down. And I'm wondering if you could show me visually where those are. And I think I submitted a question. I saw a response from you already that you would be willing to put a BMP in there that specifies where these facilities are and work with CDPHE to come up with an estimate for the emissions reduction so that we can keep track of it for cumulative impacts and our annual report.
Yes, thank you for that question. Matt, if you can flip to the slide that I think it's underneath this one that shows the cumulative impacts. So it is slide 41. Yeah. So Commissioner McGowan, these the green highlighted locations, those are where we are committed to plugging and abandoning all 6 of those locations. The Selby 232 and the HSR Hunter 1632 have already been plugged. And yes, we are quite happy to work with CDPHE on quantifying those emissions, but we anticipate that they would be very low.
Great, thank you. And then I feel like you've demonstrated that you have done some significant work for community engagement and outreach, and especially individually with these residential building unit, whether it's the property owner or the person living in the home. I did see last night in the public comment section, we do have a family. It sounds to me like they own the property, but I'd have to go back to my notes again, sorry. But they've protested and are concerned about the distance to their RBU. And I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit about your outreach state with them and what that's looked like. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Matt, if you could slip to slide 54, we can maybe talk about it easier. So thank you for your question about those building units that expressed concern last night. The first one is identified number 2 here. We had several conversations with this building unit owner, and they had indicated to us that this residence has been vacant for many years. They did not give us any concern throughout the entire engagement process about this until last night. We were quite surprised to receive that letter, to be honest. So we will continue to work with this owner, talk to them, make sure that their concerns are addressed, that they have the information that they need about our operations plans and timeline, and certainly continue the conversation with them over the coming months. The other homeowner that lives just outside 2,000 feet for their home received all of the notices because they own property. They don't have a building unit in 2,000 feet, but they own property within 2,000 feet. We've stopped by their home. We had many conversations with them as well. They are actually the stakeholder who RSVP'd for the community meeting. So we shared with them our slide deck. We had many conversations with them. We didn't, as I recall, have any concerns from them until last night. So we talked to them through their concerns about, and I'll say they didn't have any concerns about our above ground development as far as our OGDP. So we were kind of surprised to see those last night as well. We will also commit to continuing to work with that surface owner and give them the information that they need about the timeline of our operations, our mitigations, our best practices as well to help alleviate any concerns they might have.
Commissioner McGowan, if I may, I also just wanted to clarify that the comment that was submitted last night from Maury Boney on behalf of the Boney McGillivray LLC, that, again, as Ms. Coleman said, was the first time any, objection was received on the location. And no formal protests were filed for this OGDP. So I do just want to clarify that this OGDP is unprotested.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of that. I just, I'm also aware that, public comment is important, and these are folks who actually live within or have property within the 2,000-foot buffer. So I just wanted to make sure that as we're talking about this, we're talking with you about what's going on with those neighbors and the communications and working with them, what that looks like. Thanks.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of questions. I do appreciate the clarification regarding the location of the produced water and the chemical storage on site. That is something that is contemplated in the 604 requirements for substantial equivalency. So it would have been good to hear about that in the application as far as the determination of where those are going to be. It was unclear that that was the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked a lot of the questions that I've asked. But nonetheless, having that as outside of that buffer for this commissioner is really important. In addition, the clarification in the presentation around the not only the application of, but the approval of the floodplain permit from the local government and the associated BMPs with that. I guess I missed that when I first went through your PowerPoint earlier this week. But again, that's why for this commissioner, it's good to see that stuff in the application so that I have more than a couple of days to go over it so I don't miss things. I assume that this property owner that we're talking about here in the slide number 2, because they are a property owner and it looks like it's within 1,000 feet or close to 1,000 feet. Am I right there? So I
Yes.
assume they got notice from both Weld County for Weld County's process, as well as by the operator through the COGCC process. So it appears to me that there's been plenty of opportunity prior to this to provide comment on that. And so I'm a little surprised that at the last minute that this comment has come in. But I do overall think that in combination with the application and what you've presented here is the level of detail that I'm looking for in an application, right at the beginning. And that certainly helps me review this and have a better understanding of what's being proposed and what the different mitigation measures are. I will poke just a little bit that some of your slides are showing avoidance, minimization, mitigation. A lot of the stuff that you have in the avoidance for me, for this commissioner, is actually minimization and mitigation. Avoidance is not being there, right? Actually avoiding the situation altogether. And I do think that the stuff that you put in the avoidance in those slides, are adequate and good minimization and mitigation techniques, but they're not avoidance techniques. Avoid is don't be there. But that's being nitpicky with words there. But I think when you look at it overall and the intent of what our rules are asking for, the avoid, minimize, and then mitigate is really clear as far as what avoid is. And those things are not avoidance. The mitigation for so I'm just going to ask a general question on this one as far as the wildlife habitat. I mean, when you were initially looking at this in your alternative location analysis, did you contemplate the avoidance of the high priority habitat for the aquatic native species? Or was that just kind of an initial mapping area as you were doing your initial alternative location analysis?
Thank you for your question. No, we definitely considered avoiding the native aquatic species conservation waters when we were originally planning the location. I think it was mentioned that based on the commission website, the map actually shows this location as being outside of that. And then, through our consultation with CPW, we considered other options, moving further to the east so that we could avoid that 0.3 acres that will be in the buffer. And, I think based on our BMPs, which are strong, and the position of the railroad as well, I think CPW felt comfortable waiving that NSO. And then also the director granted that exception. Joseph, is there anything else that you'd like to add on that?
I would just add from that we start at a very high level when we're planning our locations. And so the COGC layers are one thing that we incorporate at that high level before we even start drilling down to these locations and actually putting boots on the ground. So we do take that spatial data as a consideration, and then we start doing that field work as our due diligence. So that's all I'd really add. Rachel?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately there, I wasn't being critical. I was just saying, I was curious because it appeared to me that you were attempting to avoid, and that because of the ground truthing of the mapping area, it looks like you ended up being in the high priority habitat. And so, I mean, I acknowledge that, and then I acknowledge that there was a bunch of additional consultation work associated with this that was able to show that there was a railroad grade, and there was a county road, and there was some other mitigation of buffers that were associated with this, in addition to moving some of these, I think, more impactful produced water tanks and the chemical storage outside of that buffer. So that's the only questions I've got right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the applicant for the presentation today. I think that this application and the presentation has come a long way from what we saw a couple weeks ago, and so I appreciate that. In one particular matter that was of concern to me last time was addressed a lot better in this one, and I'm referring to slides 49 through 51. And I've got a question for Mr. Schlichtenmeyer in this regard. So I really appreciate, in regard to the air monitoring summary and really the explanation on the sampling and the analysis has taken place since 2020 on the 3,400 benzene samples that were collected at 300 feet or less. My question to you is, do you have any information about other VOCs in terms of what was sampled or analyzed at that distance or a similar distance over that same time period?
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for the question. I guess just to clarify, are you referring to other hazardous air pollutants or VOCs, yes, all VOCs in general, or?
Yeah, other hazardous air pollutants, really, the things that are concerned under the CAPHE, health guidance outside of benzene.
Yeah, one thing that we've done in the past that we've looked at the health guidance values for your main hazardous air pollutants for oil and gas, which is your benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene. And if you look at the health guidance values for the toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene, they're orders of magnitude higher than what the benzene is. So all the sampling that we've done, benzene is the driving hazardous air pollutant to look at when you look at HGVs. If you're below the HGV for benzene, the other ones fall into place well below the HGV. So based on what we've done for benzene, we're very comfortable that we're below the HGVs for all the other pollutants.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that explanation. I want to make sure I understand that correctly. So it's the way I understand it is basically that benzene has, I guess, the greatest registering impact, and I'm making up kind of how I'm analyzing this in my head, in terms of its analysis wherever it is received at one of these samples. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, the health guidance value for benzene is the 9 ppb. We use as kind of the guideline value for determining, where we're acceptable or not. And then if you look at toluene, just a second here, I'm going to pull up the exact numbers, and then just so we can put them in perspective here correctly.
Sure.
Sorry for the wait here. I'm just about there. Okay, so benzene, the acute health guideline value is a 9 ppb. Toluene is 2,000. Ethyl benzene is 5,000. And xylene is 2,000. So when we've looked at all the samples we've done, that benzene is definitely the limiting factor when it comes to looking at your hazardous air pollutants, and that's why we focus on benzene for our sampling.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And again, I'll reiterate, that this is kind of connecting the dots that I think we're missing from the last application in terms of how something is substantially equivalent in terms of the emissions. And it goes a little bit further than just saying that we're safe up to 300 feet. This helps connect those dots with a little bit of data behind it. So I appreciate that. I think that's a good addition to this application. And that was important for at least this one commissioner. I've got a different question, so I'm going to pivot. Thank you, Mr. Schlichtenmeyer, for your answer there. I've got a question about landscaping, right? So I heard about this kind of popped up a couple different ways. And I wanted to understand what's the extent of the planned landscaping, first part of the question. And the second part of the question, because this is a concern of mine, is what resources are going to be needed for the life of this well and for the life of that landscaping by the operator, or at least by the needs of the plants, really. But what's the operator going to have to do to keep these alive?
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'll try to answer this question. If anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead. What we've committed to the local residents in the neighborhoods, they just asked simply for trees between their property and our location. So we've agreed to put in trees. Thank you for pulling up the slide, Matt. We've agreed to put in trees on the north side as well as the northwestern side, along 15.5 and on the northern side of our property boundary. So we have committed to putting in not a significant number of trees, but just a number of trees to block the significant viewpoints. And what we've done is we're going to work with a maintenance company that will make sure that those plants are maintained for the first couple of years and that they're established. And once they're established, we intend on getting kind of low maintenance, drought tolerant landscaping that kind of takes care of itself, like the trees that are there already. Nobody's necessarily taking care of those, but once they're established, we'll establish them for the first couple of years with a drip system or something else. And then the water table is fairly high in this area, so we believe that the taproot will be able to access water at that point and meet the needs of the local community. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps. I'm not quite sure that I'm looking for like a true quantification, but I really kind of wanted to understand, with water in particular, with traffic in particular, how much is going to be used. And I guess just kind of, if you could characterize that for me in terms of, hey, this is going to be what sounds like a low water resource usage for the type of landscape you're considering. Please confirm that for me, A, and then B, in terms of the maintenance that's going out there, how much additional traffic are we talking about visiting that site for that maintenance in the short term and the long term?
That's a great question, Commissioner Gonzalez. So we intend to have a landscaping company visit these trees and this landscaping approximately, I would say, 1 to 2 times per month with just a regular truck to provide possible watering by trunk. We might have some water on site for it. After the plants are established, I would say after the first 2 years, those monthly visits would cut down to maybe once a year to check in on the plants, see how things are going, maybe, provide some tree trimming if necessary. But I think that we're thinking of very drought tolerant plants that are evergreen plants, which is what the community has requested. Something like a ponderosa pine that's once established, requires very little maintenance and no water.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Coleman.
Yep.
Questions from commissioners? Okay, I'm not seeing further questions. With that, if we want to stop the screen share, then I can see everybody a little bit better. And we can move into deliberations with the potential for calling up witnesses if necessary as we deliberate. One just point of order, Ms. Weslinky, and I know we're all still getting our feet wet on how these things happen, but I think I understand that there was additional ALA submittals here in the recently. Is that accurate?
Chair Robbins, last week on March 17th, Kerr-McGee did submit 2 additional analyses for locations that weren't included in the 12 original ALA. And that was really based on feedback from the prior Longs Peak hearing and anticipating some questions on locations that may appear to be outside of the 2,000-foot radius, but as you heard from the team today, were not feasible. So that was the point and the purpose of that submittal last week.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the responsiveness to some of the discussion around Longs Peak. I would just sort of note for the record, as we're all trying to figure our way through this, that did not, because of the late filing, that did not get any sort of staff analysis for us. And I think the commissioners do appreciate, having an opportunity to have staff work through all the submittals. So it's probably better that you did it than you didn't, but there is that other sort of side of the equation. And I just want to note for the record, for others that may be listening in, do think about whether it is appropriate, if information is submitted after the director's recommendation, for there at least to be a check-in with staff to determine if, maybe we should have a week's continuance so we can get, full information from staff on all of the relevant information. I'm not suggesting that's necessary today, and I'm not trying to be hypercritical, and I'm not trying to create a problem from something we ask you to do. I'm just being transparent in terms of, how this can make the decision-making process easier for the commission.
And we appreciate that, Chair Robbins. And those 2 locations, as you know, were not initially requested by staff. And this was Kerr-McGee really responding to the feedback taken from the commissioners, anticipating questions and wanting to get you information at least a week prior to this hearing, for the sole purpose just to be helpful in terms of how Kerr-McGee came to its siting analysis.
Yeah, and fully understand. Go ahead, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to take an opportunity to piggyback on that because I did have some conversations with staff in regards to the alternative location analysis and kind of what they're looking at, what the intent is in terms of why the operator is providing it and kind of how it works through the process, both on the operator side and on the staff side. And in that regard, one of the things that staff seem to be wanting to see is some alternative, obviously not the one that's being chosen, but some alternative that does account for a location when possible outside of anything that would trigger a 604B exception or consider citing consideration. And so I think that looking at locations Y and Z, you know, that provided that. And I do want to honor that did come in late, but that did come in response to our deliberations on an application that had been filed a long time ago. This application was filed a long time ago, worked its way through completeness. But I do think in the future for this operator, for any operator who's listening, having at least one alternative that does not implicate 604B to work through would be very helpful, right? I mean, it may implicate other things, right? It may implicate water resources, it may implicate wildlife resources. It may require multiple pads. It may not be feasible from other surface considerations. And so I think it's important that that's at least acknowledged and presented in an ALA. And so I kind of wanted to piggyback on Chair Robbins' comments and offer my perspective on that as well.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Gonzalez. Again, Kerr-McGee is taking feedback as we go here. Learned a lot from the last hearing, and the intent was really to provide that information. So, going forward, absolutely agree that providing, more of that ALA analysis up front could be helpful. Here, I think the team is working with kind of the best guidance and feedback from staff that it had at the time. So appreciate the comments.
Well, I'll just piggyback on that and provide my comments. I think this the application, as well, in particular, the presentation today was well done. I am, receptive to the amount of information that was provided today. I know it gets tedious, but I think it helps in the decision-making process. And I think
Mr. Chair, we're having trouble hearing you. At least I am.
Sorry. I was looking at my notes, and so I was talking at my notes as opposed to at the screen. I'm going to put my notes in front of me, and then I can talk at the screen. But as I look at the 604B4 criteria, I think you've done a good job of ticking all of the relevant boxes. I think there's one box that maybe is not relevant, and that's sort of F. But in this case, there is a director's recommendation of approval, which is not what we've had in certain other instances. I look to the BMPs and the preferred control technologies, and I think you've done a good job with that as well. I'm very, very happy to see the Weld County WOGLA process and how it was articulated today, and how this is the first situation in which our MOU was utilized, in which the operator and our staff had early on pre-app consultation. I think this is a good example of how that can create an effective permitting process, both at the local level and at the state level. I think your ALA in this situation was well done. I particularly appreciated the slides today that sort of showed the various, pieces. That's easier. That's a whole lot easier than trying to figure all that out and create my own little dialogue box from the narrative. So just for what that's worth, I thought there was a robust engagement with CPW. I would indicate to CPW that I think it would be helpful to the process if there are going to be waivers, et cetera, that we have a little more substance behind that, so that we got something to really look at and understand the rationale as to how that was gotten to. I think there was a little bit missing on that front, and so that's just another learning curve for everybody. And finally, G, the neighborhood outreach, I felt like was very well justified, well done. Appreciated the fact that you found somebody that doesn't use computers or electronics in the 21st century. Good for that guy. But you figured that out, and then you also ensured outreach and ensured that their concerns were met. I appreciated the approach to mitigating some of those concerns with the transportation, for instance. So all in, I find this application to be well done. I find the presentation today to be on the mark, and I am in favor of moving forward with this proposal in an affirmative vote. But I do want to hear from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if you hear some noise in the background. There's some work being done. I am actually really appreciative that you added the 2 ALA points, excuse me, because I feel like when we are bumping up against those receptors, whether they're humans or wildlife, they've been very robust, important parts of our deliberations. And it's important for me to know that you've exhausted, and I realize we've got different narrative kind of in the statement of just basis of purpose, that there shouldn't be like an infinite number of ALA points, but there should be enough for me as a commissioner and the other commissioners, right, to know that you've kind of exhausted all possibilities. And then I think then it leads to the conversation of substantially equivalent. For me, it's important to note that you tried to avoid first and foremost. And so I think that's why you heard a lot of questions, not just about the RBUs, but now the wildlife, because this is a situation where we're affecting 2 different kinds of receptors. And I think it's important to know that the operator looked at many different options to try to first avoid both of those. And so I appreciate that. And I'm going to echo what Commissioner Robbins said, which is those maps that you all put together in these presentations in our hearing are a lot easier for me visually to understand than going through the ALA table that I realize you have to submit because it's a form of ours, but it's much more visual and easy to understand like where things fall and how they fall. So thank you for putting that together. I think my second piece is I'm appreciative that you're willing. So I'm going to throw in maybe as part of deliberations, I'd like to maybe add that you all are going to move any chemicals to 500 feet away out of the buffer, and a BMP, now that you've identified which wells are going to get plugged, and then an emissions reduction estimate. I would appreciate seeing those added. And yeah, and sorry, my last piece is, while I think that you've done good community engagement, and I realize the 2 folks who submitted public comment last night fell outside of the window to be petitioners, it's still an important part of consideration as we're talking about who's affected and how it affects them and their life, right? And so I want to make sure that there's commitment to continuing to be really proactive with those 2 neighbors and engaging them in this whole process. So I appreciate the feedback that you've given. I think that you've done what you're supposed to do as part of our community engagement. But even for folks when they fall outside of our time frames, we need to pay attention to what they're concerned about.
Commissioner Gonzalez, then Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my fellow commissioners. I'll start off by saying one thing, that the product that we have here in terms of the application is a product from the operator, but a lot of staff input goes into that, and there's a lot of dialogue that results in the end product that gets to us. And I want to make sure that we recognize that and appreciate that dialogue, that what we see is the end result and is not necessarily indicative of kind of the back and forth and all the iterative process that goes into the final application. I do think it's a good application. I think the presentation was excellent today. I learned a lot, closed a lot of gaps that I had. I really appreciate the continued growth in terms of learning from week over week as we hear these OGDP applications, how to do it better. I'm hoping that every time we get one, it's better than the last. And so I appreciate this operator setting the bar for this one that we have before us. I think that in terms of substantial equivalence, I think that there's been plenty of demonstrations in this application and in others that the BMPs are robust, that they are above and beyond, and that they are protective in a substantially equivalent way. Again, my biggest qualm last time was my inability to connect the dots, or I guess the operator's lacking of connecting the dots for me in the presentation, which I felt happened a little bit better in this presentation. And so kudos on that. In general, I support this application. I think it meets the qualifications of 604B4, and I'd be comfortable moving to approve it.
Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not a lot, additional besides what my other commissioners have indicated on this particular application. But I'll highlight a few things. I mean, I do think the local government review and disposition on this particular application was really important for me. I think that the Weld County has a strong process in strong land use regulations regarding oil and gas development. And as a former local government representative, I take that very seriously, particularly with jurisdictions that do have robust oil and gas regulations and have a robust process of reviewing oil and gas regulations, which I do believe the WOGLA process does do. The CPW review, it was good to hear from Mr. Moret today and have a better understanding, but I would concur with Chairman Robbins that for this commissioner, having a more formal and robust explanation of the thought processes and the consultations and the potential impacts and the mitigation measures associated with CPW utilizing their discretion to allow for waivers of different rules that we have within our rules is really important for me as far as reviewing it in the application. Utilizing email chains or trying to connect the dots between wildlife mitigation plans between the applicant, different BMPs that are in the 2As, and different expectations from CPW doesn't give me a clear understanding of the rationale or of the hows of how those decisions get made around potential waivers to our rules by CPW and or mitigation measures proposed by CPW on applications. And so more clarity around that is really important to me. Although that's not necessarily an issue with the applicant itself, but rather with, I think, us doing a better job of our process and how we look at things. I think the community outreach on this between the WOGLA process and the applicant in our process was strong. I do think that the main issues that I heard as far as what needed to get addressed included visual impacts and traffic impacts. And I think that I do think it's interesting that those concerns came in front of us because they're really a local government issue and should have gone through the WOGLA process. But at the same time, I'm glad that they were addressed, and that was due in part to the community outreach that was done by the applicant. I appreciate that there is going to be a relocation of the most impactful infrastructure outside of the 500-foot buffer for the aquatic native species. That's an important consideration for me. I know that we had a lot of discussions on this through the mission change rulemaking. To me, that 500-foot aquatic buffer was put there for a reason and is very important. And it makes me uncomfortable to see people considering being inside of that buffer. I appreciate that the applicant addressed the concerns that were provided by CDPHE and then the couple of concerns that they were unable to resolve. They had clear explanations why, and I think that those were reasonable. They provided reasonable reasons why they were not addressed. I will note that oftentimes, and I will concur with Commissioner Gonzalez that the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes with staff in order to make these applications even to the standard that they are when we see them is huge. I really appreciate the work that staff has done on these. I think that there are some out there that are criticizing some of the timelines associated with the review of oil and gas development plans by the COGCC. I will note that this came in front of us within 3 months of a completeness determination, which means that the applicant submitted an application at the level that it could be deemed complete, which I think is a pretty good timeline associated with getting through technical review and getting in front of us for us to make our decisions. So I don't think that there's these long extended circumstances where staff is taking a long time to review these applications, but rather once they are deemed complete, they're coming to us relatively quickly. My only constructive criticism would be that a lot of this information that was provided in this application evolved and got provided towards the end, which I think is good, because I do think that that was an excellent presentation, provided a lot of information. But like I indicated before, I think it's really important that that information be in the application itself, because I do think the public needs the opportunity to be able to see and absorb that information and be able to react to that information as well, either through the public comment portion of the technical review or through the public comment portion of our public hearing process. And so I wouldn't want to see this be a trend that we start to see a bunch of information piled on at the last minute rather than having it front loaded within the application itself, or as applications and feedback occurs, create as much time as possible for due process to the public and for the commission itself. But having said all of that, I am in support of this application as presented with the modifications that have been discussed today.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. 2 points. I echo the thought that are the appreciation to staff in terms of the work that was done to get this application to us. I also think that as we're developing and moving forward with these 604B4 applications, it might be helpful for the summary that you developed for this hearing to be developed a little earlier on and attach it as an exhibit to the Form 2A. I think it's really, really helpful. And if you're going to have to go there and put it together for a hearing, there might be some thoughts of putting it together earlier on so that it's part of the actual application that we can review, that staff can review, that the public can have access to. With that, I would look for a motion from commissioners. And I note that Commissioner McGowan had a couple of thoughts about that motion. I don't know, Commissioner McGowan, if you want to re-articulate those, if we want to bring in AAG Mercer to assist, or what the next best step would be. Look at that. You speak to AAG Mercer and she appears. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. Commissioner McGowan, what I believe I heard you suggest was a motion to approve the OGDP application with the addition of 2 conditions of approval. The first being that Kerr-McGee would agree to locate any chemical storage and produced water vessels outside of 500 or beyond 500 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Big Thompson River. And the second condition of approval that I heard was that Kerr-McGee will provide COGCC with information identifying which wells and locations will be P&A'd and reclaimed as part of this OGDP, along with an emissions reduction estimate. So I don't want to put the wrong words in your mouth. So that's what I heard, but I'm open to being corrected.
Yes, and with an and, I think they can be done through BMPs. I don't think it has to be COAs, but I think we can do it through BMPs. Can we add them as BMPs to the OGDP?
Ms. Weslinski, do you want to comment on that suggestion on behalf of your client?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Kerr-McGee does agree to those 2 conditions and also would agree that they can be added as BMPs to the Form 2A. Often it takes a couple weeks to finalize those 2 Form 2As after you all vote and approve. And so based on prior recent experience, I think we could add those 2 as BMPs directly onto the Form 2As.
All right.
So moved.
Very good.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. project number 2109-00153 is approved by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission with the two referenced BMPs to be added by applicant and staff in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, we will continue. I think Ms. Wazelinski and Ms. Jost will remain on the screen. We now are taking up project number 2106-00089. It is a Mallard Exploration LLC entitled the Gadwall Oil and Gas Development or Gadwall Oil and Gas Development Plan.
Thank you, Chair Robbins. If you could just give us a moment, I'm confirming that the Mallard team is here. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but I believe the team is available to be added in here as panelists.
And we are also removing the Occidental panelists, so let's give everybody a couple of minutes to get this straightened out.
All right, I do see we have Aaron Matthews and Matt Volkmar. I will be screen sharing. If we're ready, I'm happy to start that now.
Mr. Chair, I do believe Mr. Maxey also wished to provide just a few brief comments. And we can certainly do that now, or if you would prefer to hear from the applicant first, whatever you prefer.
Actually, it's whatever the applicant prefers.
Thank you. Apologies. Yes, Mr. Maxey is welcome to give his comments prior to us starting.
Okay, then we will need to find him and elevate him to the panel.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am still here, so was listening in to that last one through its entirety. So thank you for being allowed to come on here for another couple minutes. My comments on this one will be quite a bit shorter due to the fact that I think we kind of explained a lot about the current process, but this permit in front of you for the OGDP Mallard Gadwall pad, I did want to just mention it is a little bit different, but in the spirit of Weld County being more active in these hearings and being available for any questions that the commission might have, I did want to say a few things. This permit has been approved by Weld County, but it has been approved under the old WOGLA code, which was in effect from February 1st, 2017 until August 4th, 2019. So it predates the new 1041 process. So to potentially get ahead of any questions that the commission might have, this did not follow the same process as the prior OGDP did, which I went into great detail on. Regardless, again, it does have an approved permit. It has an approved WOGLA number, which was issued on September 5th, 2018. WOGLAs in general, even the old WOGLAs, have a 3-year time limit on them, which means that they must start construction within that 3-year time period or else the permit expires. Now, we do allow extension requests, and this permit, in fact, did request a permit extension. That was approved on May 7th, 2021, and it was approved for an additional 2 years to begin construction. It does not have to be completed. It just has to begin construction to have a valid Weld County permit. But I did want to mention that even though this permit was approved under old Weld County rules, there still are multiple things that were considered or required at that time as part of the prior WOGLA process, including land use items and considerations such as compatibility with surrounding land uses of the area. Certain requirements such as an emergency action plan were still a requirement of the old WOGLA process, and access to the location to ensure the ability to get to the property which was proposed to be developed. And in this case here, the access is directly off Highway 14. So Weld County relied on CDOT's jurisdiction for a permit for access, but regardless, a permit was provided and was part of the consideration for the Weld County permit approval at that time. And just to bring it a little bit further into right now, a little bit more into the present, I have taken just a quick look at the area. I don't see anything else that would have necessarily changed our opinion from 2018 to today. Yes, the process is different as far as the Weld County permitting process goes and COGCC involvement in that process, but I do not see any types of building unit owners or any other land use considerations that would have severely impacted our consideration of this permit. And that also was looked into when we were considering the amendment to extend the permit valid timeframe. So I think that's all I want to say about that one real quick. And if there's any questions about that, I would gladly take them.
Thank you, Mr. Maxey, for bearing with and staying with us this day. Are there any questions from commissioners? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thanks for the explanation of the approach from Weld County with regard to this matter. We will now hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you again, Mr. Maxey. I will screen share. All right, before I put this into presentation mode, I just want to give a few introductory remarks. Can you all see the PowerPoint?
We can see it, and again, it's not in presentation.
Right. Great. I'll do that here in just a moment. So again, good afternoon, Commissioners. Kelsey Wazelinski of Jost Energy Law, and with Jamie Jost, we represent Mallard Exploration in the Gadwall Oil and Gas Development Plan before you today in docket 21-06-00089. Just as a brief introduction, the proposed Gadwall OGDP contains an established drilling and spacing unit for the development of a total of 2,560 acres. There's one new Form 2A before you today for the Gadwall pad for the development of 8 horizontal wells. In addition, the Gadwall OGDP contains an existing shoveler pad from which 1 horizontal well is currently producing in the 2,560 acre drilling and spacing unit, and 8 horizontal wells are permitted. So in total, the Gadwall OGDP is proposed for 2 multi-well pads to develop a total of 17 horizontal wells. There are no ALA triggers for the Gadwall pad, which is located in Weld County. And as Mr. Maxey mentioned, we do have an approved 1041 WOGLA permit. Aaron Matthews, who's the VP of Development for Mallard, and Matt Volkmar, who's the president of Mallard, will testify to this OGDP today. And following Mallard's presentation, we're happy to take additional questions from you all. With that, I will start the presentation and hand it over to Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Kelsey. Again, my name is Aaron Matthews, and I'm the Vice President of Development at Mallard Exploration. And we know the commission heard from us just a few weeks ago, but as a brief reminder, Mallard Exploration was founded in 2017, and all of our operations are located in rural Northeast Weld County. Our operations are mainly focused in the areas between Bridgedale, Keota, and New Raymer, Colorado. As you can see, here's a brief timeline of the project to date. As Mr. Maxey presented, the local land use permit was originally approved in September of 2018, and then a minor amendment to extend the permit was approved in May of 2021. In June of 2021, Mallard submitted the OGDP application. That application was deemed complete by staff in November of 2021. The 30-day public comment period closed on December 17th, 2021, with no comments being received. The petition deadline ended January 24th, 2022, with no petitions filed. And that brings us to today's hearing, which was originally noticed for February 23rd. The Gadwall pad is located in the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 30, Township 8 North, Range 60 West, in unincorporated Weld County. Generally, the pad is south of Highway 14, east of County Road 97, and west of County Road 105. And that's approximately 10.5 miles from the community of Bridgedale, Colorado. On this map, the yellow circle represents a 1 mile buffer. The Gadwell pad is over 4,000 feet from the nearest residential building unit. It is over 1 mile from any municipal boundary, high occupancy building unit, designated outside activity area, school, child care center, or DI community. The Gadwell pad was a previously approved mallard location that expired June of 2021. The original permit was approved for 16 wells, 32 oil tanks, 16 water tanks, 2 temporary large volume tanks for freshwater storage, had a disturbed area during construction of 25.2 acres, and was planned to be reclaimed to 17 acres during interim reclamation. As part of our OGDP application, we worked to redesign this location to decrease impacts. Therefore, this application is proposing 8 wells, 5 oil tanks, 5 water tanks, 1 large volume tank for water storage, a disturbed area during construction of 15.9 acres, and a location size after interim reclamation of 7.5 acres. Therefore, through our redesigning of the grading and the facility of this location, the new Gadwell pad has reduced pad disturbance associated with construction by 9.3 acres, reduced the long-term pad size and interim reclamation by 9.5 acres, and has removed up to 38 tanks from the production facility. As Kelsey mentioned in the intro, the Gadwell location does not trigger any of the alternative location analysis criteria. This location will utilize Highway 14 as the main haul route, which greatly reduces dust and any wear and tear on county roads that are used by residents in this area. The access permit is from CDOT, and that is already approved. And Mallard has a surface use agreement in place, and the surface owner owns minerals that will be developed by this project and is a proponent of this OGDP. Again, as Kelsey mentioned in the opening statement, the Gadwell pad is one location that will develop the approved DSU through 8 proposed wells. The approved DSU is also developed by an existing Mallard location known as the Shoveler pad. At this time, the Shoveler pad has 3 producing wells and 8 approved but not yet drilled APDs. Of the 3 producing wells on the Shoveler pad, only 1 well, the Shoveler fed 2930-1HN, is within this DSU. The Gadwell and Shoveler pads will develop the 2560 acre DSU through a combination of 17 wells, which are shown on this exhibit in a combination of the red laterals, the blue laterals, and then the Shoveler fed 2930-1HN well. And again, as a reminder, today's OGDP is only considering 1 new Form 2A for the Gadwell location and the 8 wells associated with it. Additionally, the Gadwell pad will develop federal minerals from a fee surface. As you can see in this exhibit shown in the green highlight, the minerals in the southeast quarter of Section 30 are federal and therefore require the 4 eastern Gadwell wells to have federal APDs. Mallard has worked with the BLM already to obtain the necessary federal APDs and also has an approved CA in place already. The Gadwell pad is located outside of the 1202 high priority habitat for pronghorn winter concentration area. But as you can see in this exhibit, the Gadwell pad is located 574 feet to the northeast of the HPH. Due to the proximity of the HPH, Mallard did seek consultation with CPW beginning in May of 2021, and no additional mitigation measures were requested. However, to best protect the pronghorn habitat, Mallard is willing to implement the following protective BMPs, including use of a Tier 4 quiet fleet completion crew. Electricity will be brought to the location to power the facility, minimizing long-term noise from production equipment. Use of warm color lighting with timers and or motion sensors, and use of pipelines for oil, gas, and water takeaway. Now I'll shift the presentation into the proposed development timeline and provide an overview of Mallard's typical operations, procedures, and BMPs. At this time, Mallard anticipates starting development at the Gadwell pad in January of 2024. Continuous operations of drilling, completion, and flowback would result in the wells being online by the fourth quarter of 2024. However, we would like to note that this proposed timeline is dependent on external factors such as rig and frac crew availability, equipment supply chain, and third-party pipeline connections. And our operations will begin with pad construction. The existing topography in this area is undulating with a natural high point along the pad's southern edge, therefore requiring moderate cut and fills. Stormwater controls consisting of cut swales and earthen berms will be constructed around the location to direct and control stormwater to the temporary sediment basin. To ensure the protection of the surface and groundwater, the location will be plated with 6 inches of aggregate road-based material that is then compacted to help deter spills from easily seeping into the soil. This also helps minimize dust and wind erosion. To further minimize dust, water will be available and can be applied to the pad and access road as needed. And upon completion of construction, all stockpiles and cut and fill slopes will be stabilized with seed and mulch. And I will now turn the presentation over to Matt to continue discussing our operations. Matt, I think you're still on mute.
All right, that should be better, I think. All right, I'm going to go ahead and walk through our mitigation measures and technologies that we implement on the drilling, completion, flowback, and production side. This is a lot of the same technologies and bullet points that we went through a couple weeks ago, but we can touch on whatever's necessary as we get into Q&A and discussion afterwards. But ultimately, we have quite a few various mitigation measures and technologies that we implement throughout all processes. Beginning on the drilling side, we have a temporary impermeable synthetic liner that's utilized underneath the rig equipment and quite a bit of the location to prevent any possible spills. Surface holes are drilled ahead of time with a more efficient surface rig, and fresh water is utilized during that time. We have air monitoring stations that are installed and actively recording before the big rig arrives and throughout initial production. Our rigs have dual fuel capability, and I'll just stop there as we did have a question come up from the commissioners. Essentially, that means we have the capability to utilize diesel or natural gas, and our preference there is natural gas for the reduced emission footprint. In addition, there was a question regarding Tier 4 capability. And that technology really hasn't spread to the drilling side yet, but we are utilizing it across the completion spread. Our rigs use closed loop mud and cutting systems, and we use a Group 2 oil-based mud versus a diesel-based mud. And our cuttings are continuously moved out of location versus being stockpiled or stored continuously. And our rig lighting is focused towards the center of the rig floor where the activity is versus the exterior location area. Next slide, please. On the completion and flowback side, our synthetic liners are carried over to this portion of the activity and they're expanded essentially under any piece of equipment or pipe connection where fluid is moving. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we are using Tier 4 completion crews, and they are quiet fleets. On top of that, we also use containerized sandbox technology, which eliminates any silica dust and is entirely a closed loop system. Lighting, again, is focused on the activity and away from the exterior of the location. And we're currently running about 84% pumping efficiency, which is a basin leading number. Essentially, that's just time pumping versus downtime. And so we are pumping 84%, so it gets us in and out of location as quick as possible. All of our fresh water is transported via lay flat temporary pipelines. So we don't truck any fresh water for the completion. All of our flowback is closed loop and has ECD redundancy for any vapors that may occur. And then all of our facilities and pipelines are completed and utilized prior to first gas. So they're in place during flowback. All the flowback water goes into our pipeline for disposal. So essentially, we won't begin anything until those pipelines are in place. Next slide, please. Moving on to production infrastructure. So again, containment is continued here instead of a temporary synthetic liner. We have permanent containment around all of our facility. Tank vapors are captured via closed loop system and directed to the sales line or combusted if necessary. All of our valves and controllers are operated using pneumatic gas, so essentially compressed fresh air versus natural gas, which the industry historically used. We also have to power all of our facilities with electricity versus having any gas generation or anything like that. Flow lines, as you can see from the picture, are all installed above ground. This is really helpful just from a daily inspection basis. You'll never have a case where you have any leaks or valve failures that go on for any period of time without being noticed by the daily Mallard staff that will be at location. And this same staff is conducting daily AVO inspections. And then we have third-party specialists that are also conducting inspections, optical gas imaging, FLIR cameras, things like that can detect anything additional beyond what the naked eye can't see. All of our locations are monitored remotely using SCADA data, so we can monitor locations, shut down remotely without anyone having to be on location. Again, lighting here is designed to protect wildlife and minimize light pollution. Everything runs on timers and sensors as well. And just to reiterate, we do have partnerships in place, and we'll be piping all of our water, oil, and gas from day one of production and before that during the flowback period as well. So just to kind of revisit cumulative impacts that Aaron kind of began to explain a little bit before. We do have limited receptors at this location. We're over 4,000 feet from the nearest residential building unit, which you can see just on the very southwest side of the 5280, the 1 mile offset circle. We're over 1 mile from the nearest high occupancy building unit, childcare facility, school, or DI community. We are outside of priority habitat. We're immediately offset to Highway 14, so that's our haul route, and we don't really have any additional road construction minus the 100 or 200 feet into location from the highway. As Aaron mentioned, this was a previously approved area that we've significantly reduced in footprint size. Overall disturbed activities are reduced by 9.3 acres, and then interim reclamation size is reduced by 7.5 acres. And whenever possible, we utilize local supply chains, contractors, vendors, as there's quite a bit of in-basin help. And I also wanted to address one more question that came up specific to cumulative impacts. There's a question regarding 7 plugged, abandoned, or shut-in wells that were listed as within 1 mile of the surface location. So to address that, 5 of those locations were abandoned locations. So essentially the wells never existed. They were previously submitted permits or approved permits that were never drilled. One of the 7 is a previously plugged well, and then the 7th is a shut-in well that is currently operated by a different operator in the area. So one of those wells of the 7 is the only one that actually exists, and we don't have any ability to plug it because it's not our operated well. Next slide, please. So to summarize, the Gadwall OGDP is recommended for approval by the director. It is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. It does not trigger any ALA criteria. It's supported by Weld County and the BLM. And we're committed to best management practices to avoid, minimize, mitigate potential impacts to the public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And that concludes our presentation. We'd like to open up for any discussion and questions that may have come up.
Thank you to the panel for the presentation. Commissioners, we now have commissioner questions. Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation today. And thank you for addressing the questions I sent ahead of time. And I think I'm gonna need some help with my question about the Tier 4 crew. So I think I'm confusing things. even after all this time sitting on the commission, so I'm just gonna apologize now. Can you go back and please help me walk through the different times when you're using engines and when you have the opportunity to use diesel or natural gas, and what you're choosing to use? Because I'm trying to get at, again, kind of, can we always look with things toward an eye of reducing emissions? And I think I'm confusing drill rig maybe and different terms that we're using and when they're being used. So I could use a walkthrough, and I apologize.
Sure, no problem. So your drilling rig, has a couple, depending on the design of the drilling rig, it has a couple thousand horsepower engine on it, and has capability to burn either diesel or natural gas. And then Tier 4 is basically a combustion emission technology associated with the engine that is utilized with diesel that significantly reduces the emissions with diesel. So that's the drilling rig. Now the completion crew, which has probably 10 times the horsepower depending on the design of the operator, so significant, maybe 10 to 20 times more horsepower, so a much bigger footprint overall. That is where you're seeing Tier 4 technology on their engines right now. And so that's utilizing diesel, but the outcome is a much cleaner emission on the back end because of that Tier 4 technology. So Tier 4 technology can apply to oil and gas, can apply to many other industries, but it's basically burning diesel to reduce the emission footprint. And so that can happen on the drilling side. Well, the technology hasn't been brought to the drilling side, so most operators are implementing it on the completion side, so with your frac crew.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk through this real slow just to make sure I'm understanding. For the drilling, you all are going to use a natural gas. For completions, you're using this Tier 4 diesel capability.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful for me.
No problem.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, everyone. And Commissioner McGowan, I always appreciate your questions about emissions. And I mean, I think the bottom line is particularly in the non-attainment area, it makes sense for every operator to be able to address emissions within their applications and to minimize them and utilize the best technology available, whether or not it's required because there's certain receptors around or not. Because I think that, as I look to the future and the potential issues that are going to be surrounding the non-attainment area because of the EPA and nothing to do with the COGCC, seems like all operators, it's in their best interest to be able to address this in each application. So I think it's good that you continue to address that, Commissioner McGowan, in these application reviews. My only question is, and I know that this is the second one that we've seen from Mallard and the folks here today, and I just note that I think this particular application went back to draft status for the 2C once, the Form 2B twice, the Form 2A 3 times, and that's a lot of staff time to put in order to be able to have to review and send it back to make modifications and adjustments. And are you guys, as the applicants, getting more comfortable with what the requirements are as far as submittals for the OGDPs, so that we don't continue to see these having to go back to draft multiple times before they make it into a completeness determination?
Yeah, I appreciate the question and comment, Commissioner. Absolutely. I think, when we walk through that timeline of when we submitted this, we submitted fairly early on in the, process of the new rules were out. We submitted in June of 2021. At that time, there wasn't a lot of guidance documents published yet and whatnot. So it was definitely a learning curve for us, working with staff, working with our various vendors to help prepare the plans. But I do think we have a much better understanding of what, staff's looking for, what CPW is looking for, or whoever, we may be working with. And yeah, I think we are, looking forward to future permits, because I think we have a path forward that will be much cleaner and more efficient for us and staff.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Mesner, I just wanted to add, this is the second Mallard OGDP hearing, but this OGDP is actually the first application that Mallard filed, which is why you may have seen that go back to draft a few more times as, more guidance was released after that first application was filed.
Other questions? Okay, seeing no further questions, I believe we now move into the commissioners' deliberation phase. Does anyone want to deliberate? I went first last time. Just saying. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy to go first. This application was, in my opinion, pretty straightforward. I don't have any concerns with it, and I am comfortable moving forward with approving it.
Others in agreement? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just would concur that it's a pretty straightforward application, and would move approval of, I'll pull up the docket number 1 second. Docket number 210600089.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I would like to make one point for the record. I believe that we heard that Weld County's comments got inadvertently deleted on this application from our system via a technical glitch. I have been informed via staff that those are going to get back into the portal, so that there will be the full application with Weld County comments. I just want the record to reflect that point. Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Docket number 210600089 Gadwell Oil and Gas Development Plan has been approved by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you to the panel. We appreciate the presentation. That, commissioners, I think brings us to the conclusion of our deliberation today. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you.